Whoa, 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 whoa. It's like... It's like OBS fucked my shit up. What happened? What happened? What did they do? I don't know. That's weird. That's so weird. Yeah, it was telling me that I was sending too many bitty radies. They're like, your bit rate you're sending is too much. I was like, I've always sent this much bit rate? Question mark? Question mark, question mark? I was very confused there for a second. For rather, a few minutes. I just hope it doesn't, like, fuck everything else. It'll take me just a second. Uno, memento, or a flavor. How's everyone doing today? I guess I could just do this on yeah, because I didn't even like change my scene. So I can do it now. Let's see. Will it do it? I did! Okay, I did change my scene. I don't know if I need to push that back. I don't know what I need to do with this yet. I don't know if I need to like aim my camera higher. So right now I have it locked to where it won't go up or down. I only have it to where it will go side to side. And I had it go side to side because I have my flag over here. But now that and then I just had like an open wall over here. But now that I don't have just like an open wall over there, I don't really know if I need it to go back and forth, but it's not. It's not bad to use the space. I just don't know if it annoys people at the same time. Like the changing of the location or it following me. I don't know if it bothers people. I haven't figured that part out yet. I think that's probably... I think it's probably the only part that I'm not 100% sure of. I don't know what... I don't know what I should do about that. Although I want to turn off the face glancing thing. So like wherever I'm looking, it pans to where I'm looking. I don't really like that. I think I turned it on once to test it, but I can't find that setting anymore. And I'm like, where's that setting though? Could I have that setting back really quick? Because if I could find that setting, that'd be great. That would be GR8. Yeah, I would really, really like that. Okay. Does any describe your content? Makes a real person appear to say or do something they did not say or do? No. Footage of real events or alters footage of real events or places. No. Generates a realistic looking scene that didn't actually. Oh, so is it AI generated basically? No. Okay, cool. But yeah, so I don't even think I have water yet. I haven't even finished my energy drink. I think I still have some energy drink left in my fridge. I don't even think I filled the rest of it. I need to. I was fucking locked in today. I was locked the fuck in. Oh, I did finish refilling it. Okay. Yeah, I was locked the fuck in today. I did so much goddamn work. It was pretty pog. So, it's nice. I don't know. I guess it's kind of nice. I don't know. I don't mind doing lots of work. I actually like a lot of work. I like the feeling of accomplishment. Today was a really good day for me. I did a lot of work. I felt good. It feels really good to do a lot of work, actually. For me, I feel good when I do a lot of work. Even when I was working at like fast food places, like I worked at a Cinnabon, and even when I worked at Lowe's, which is kind of like, it's like Home Depot, it's like a home repair store type place. If you don't live in the U.S., the U.S. of A. Yeah, when I worked there. Even on the days that I did like a lot of work, I felt really, 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 really accomplished. Although, like, dude, working there was weird. I guess I can tell the story of when I worked there. Even though everyone thinks I'm a liar and shit. So when I was working there, it was really, really weird because you get hired in like groups. When you that was the first time I've ever experienced that. There was just like a group of people. It was just a group of people that got hired all at the same time, and I was like, this is awkward, turtle. Like it was a little awkward. It was a little awkward to just because there was a bunch of people there, and then they had you take like a test. I don't know if it was like an aptitude test. Or like an ethics test. I don't even remember what kind of test it was now, but they made you take a test. And they put me in the flooring department, and I think I did flooring once in my life, maybe. And it before that, and it was minimal amounts of flooring because my parents, I think there was carpet. My parents ripped up the carpet in the main parts of their house and put it in a hardwood floor. I think that was that. That had to have been afterwards because I knew stuff about it. I don't think I did anything with flooring until I worked there. But yeah, they just put me in the flooring department and they're like, yeah, we'll train you or whatever. And so they started training me. And then like a month later, they were like, oh, yeah, so we actually kind of meant to put you in different department. The person that was supposed to be in flooring, because there was a guy there that was actually like a flooring person. I guess he just knew a lot about flooring. I don't know if he did it in the past or whatever the fuck. But there was a guy there that did flooring, and they had him do the carts. So he was like rallying up all the carts outside and shit. And I was like, that's pretty brutal. And I was like, that's kind of fucked up. So they gave him a shit job, and then they moved him to flooring. But they didn't need that many people in flooring. So they're like, yeah, we're just gonna have you move carts, do the whole cart thing and stuff. And I was like, I mean, is my pay gonna go down? And they're like, no, your pay is gonna stay the same. And I was like, all right, cool. I'm like, that's fine. I was like, my pay's not going down. My job's getting easier. I don't have to learn anything. This is like actual brain dead work. So I did that. I don't even remember how long I was doing that. I feel like I don't think I did it during the summer, because I feel like if I did during the summer, I would have horror stories of how hot it was outside. But because, I mean, of where I live, it can get up to like 120 degrees, And so with it getting up to that temperature, there had to have been days that it was that hot if it was during the summer. So I couldn't have been doing that for a whole year. But then later on, I got hired by corporate. So not the store, because there's like store management, and then there's like the corporate office. And I think the corporate office, I don't know if like, I don't know if they do it like McDonald's and a lot of other fast food chains, to where the corporate office is if the corporate office, or if there's like the corporate chains or like corporate areas, and then they do franchises. There you go. And you can like buy a franchise place, and you could just own your own Lowe's and run it under specific restrictions and stuff that that corporate gives you. So I've no idea. So like, I didn't have a boss at that Lowe's. My boss was at corporate, which I don't even know where corporate for Lowe's is. I've literally no fucking idea. But basically what would happen is that we would get a shipment in, and it was for like a new product, or not even necessarily a new product, but a product that a company wanted to push. So it was like marketing material and a product. So the high expensive shelf items were all on the end caps. So you know how there's like just the long aisles, and then on the ends of the, like when you're just walking between the aisles, like looking, be like, oh, I'm looking for this product, and you're looking at the sign, you're looking up or whatever. But then like, and then there's the open aisle, and then there's like what they call an end cap that will just have a whole bunch of products there. That's called the end cap. So all I did really was change marketing material on like an end cap like once a week. that was it. They're like, yeah, we need you to put or we need you to take this take what's there down, and usually it's only like one thing. So they'll give you like new signs, and the signage is super easy to put up, and then they'll give you like a single product. and you just have to put that one product there. And so there's like 20 or 30 products on the shelf a lot of times, depending on what end cap it is. So like you don't have to like clear off the shelf or anything like that. You don't have to do any of that. You just have that spot of the shelf open, and you just put like 5 boxes of whatever there, or like 10 boxes of whatever there, and then you take down the signage and you put up new signage. That was it. And for some reason they thought that took one person like a week to do, because I had like a list of stuff. Like I had to log into a computer and actually like check mark the stuff that I needed to get done, or the stuff that needed to get done. And I'm like, I could get everything that I needed to do in that week, and maybe in 2 weeks I could get it all done in a day. It was borderline nothing. It was borderline nothing. Which was kind of crazy to me. I'm not going to lie. It was kind of crazy to me. I'm like, why are you like, why don't you just have the people that work here do that? But like I was working for corporate directly, so I didn't have to go to like any of the meetings that were there. I didn't have to deal with any of the managers that were there. I didn't have to deal with anybody. I was just by myself. I was the only person on my team. There was no one else on my team or whatever. I just had a checklist, and I just did the checklist, and I could do it in like a day, and then I could essentially just fuck off for the whole week if I wanted to. But usually I just went to like I would walk around, or I would find people that I, were friendly with, or, could talk to or whatever. And then, a lot of times I would just like help them if they were like really busy or something. I would be like, oh yeah, let me just like stock up your shelves or whatever, because I have nothing to do. Because you can't just like be bored for 8 hours a day and do nothing. And do that like 4 days a week. That gets so boring. It's bad. It's bad. So yeah, it's just really weird. So I don't know if just like they should have just had one person that worked at corporate that went to like all the locations and did like one a week, or went to like 6 locations or 3 locations a week and did it. I mean, every once in a while I would have a full week, so maybe that wouldn't be barely maybe once or twice. It really just it all depends on how many people were like trying to market their product like that week or that month, because most of the time you get the end cap for a month or 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks was the shortest amount of time. But yeah, you don't get it for that long. You just don't get it for that long. I mean, you could. You just have to pay a shit ton for it. It's prime real estate. And then you get downgraded. And then you get downgraded. It's sad to see people get downgraded, but, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? If you get downgraded, you get downgraded. Do better. Learn to play. That's all I say. Learn to play. L2P. Learn to play. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright, I think I got everything on YouTube. I think YouTube's done being weird. Everything's good. Everything be Gucci. Everything's Gucci there. I think. Do we know what we're doing today yet? I didn't look at the results of the poll. We had a poll in the Discord of what I should do today. So let's see. It looks like videos submitted by viewers. The BAZAAR. Claire Obscure. And DREAMCON. Looks like that's what has been voted for so far. I don't know what I just clicked on. Sorry. Take that, loud noises. Loud noises! I'm just gonna start screaming into the microphone! I forget that I'm in a house sometimes and I can actually scream and not like fake scream. Cause you know like the fake scream? Have you ever heard what is it? Like English dub anime. English dub anime is like fake scream. Like when they're powering up, they're like, you just don't get the passion. More passion, more energy, more passion, more energy, more power, more passion, more energy. You don't get it. You just don't get it as much. You know what I mean? So, but I don't know why they whisper scream. But in the Japanese ones, it's not like that. They're like, ah! They're like actually like scream. And I don't know why. I don't know why people whisper scream. I don't know what the whisper scream is all about. I haven't figured that part out yet. Not that it matters, obviously. But cheers. It is Fucked Up Friday. Cheers. Clangity clangity, everybody. Clangity clangity. Ding! Hold on, I just gotta check. Uno mas. One more thing. There was an illusion of choice. Oh, I did uncheck that. Okay. I had the wrong choice. There was an illusion of choice, and I selected the wrong choice. Damn, I need to get like an automatic ban bot on Kick. Like I do for Twitch. Cause I get almost nothing. There's a website for like Kick tools. So I'll have to take a look at that. I will have to take a look at that. Damn, nobody wants to watch Slap Fight anymore. That's actually kind of surprising. People used to love Slap Fight. And then people hated it. I don't know what happened. Do a game series, maybe go through Resident Evil. I can't really do that in one stream. Don't have to be continuous every day, but perhaps a running series I could do once a week. Could be sick, especially when you do 5 and 6, because then you could do co-op. I have plans to do that with Elden Ring. But I did it with Resident Evil. I guess not Elden Ring specifically. The Souls-likes games. All right, let me be more Pacific. Definitely got to be more Pacific. Bum ba da ba. All right, let's see. What do we got? Doesn't even need to go that crazy. Shoot. Should I just cover the screen? Say fuck it. I don't really want to cover where it says dream. As much as I'm not really a fan of the YouTuber. Actually, I don't really know the YouTuber. Personally or professionally. But the whole Minecraft YouTuber space is kind of like... kind of reminds me of the Smash Brothers community, where it got like real sketchy, real fucking quick. Like real sketchy, real fucking quick. I couldn't believe the shit that I heard. And I was so baffled of all the stuff I heard with Smash Brothers. Because I never saw any of it or heard about any of it. And I went to so many Smash Brothers tournaments. Like the bigger ones. I went to a few local ones just because like my friends were competing. But like the bigger ones, like I drove my friends there. So it was just weird that, I mean, maybe, but this was back kind of like when it came out, like when MLG was still around. I have no idea if MLG is still around.
Come on, fans, where you at? Are y'all ready for another round?
So I guess that was like 10 years prior to where the whole Me Too movement started. I don't know when a lot of the stuff like got fucking out of control. In 2005 though, it was like right, because that's when I graduated. So it was probably like right around there, right after then, 2005, 2010. It was probably something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it was probably something around then. Cheers, cheers. So we did watch the first match between these two teams, but they decided to switch sides in between, or for a second match. I don't know why. They like insisted on it for some reason. Sounds cheatable. Unless there's like all lights shining in this direction. All lights on me, which wouldn't make sense because there's a big shadow coming off of... Wait. Where is that shadow coming from? Is it coming from him? Or is it coming from that cameraman's foot? You see what I'm talking about? No, because there's a shadow right here. But there's also a shadow on the inside here. What the fuck? Oh, but there's also... No, this is a reflection. But that's not a shadow. This is definitely a shadow. But this is a shadow. So there has to be a light here. There has to be a light coming. So there's definitely lights shining this side. Okay.
Y'all didn't make no noise.
Y'all don't make no noise.
There we go.
Who's gonna get hyped for volleyball? See, that's what I was saying last time. Do it high, because I don't think anybody trained for volleyball. And when you do it like a really, really, really high serve, it's gonna fuck people up. I would try to do it like really high and just put like a lot of spin on it to really fuck with people. Because as long as you make it over, it doesn't matter. And it's not like you're in Haiku or whatever that anime is, which I still have not watched. It's on the my anime list. Oh!
That's a good try. That's a good try. Dust it off. Dust it off.
Dude, this guy's a fiend. Was that net? Did he hit net again? This guy knew exactly where it was going. He didn't hit net that time. I thought maybe the ball hit net, but damn. He's been a menace. Yeah, he was a menace last game, and it seems like he's a menace now. He jumped up with him and blocked. So I don't know if he just has a lot of volleyball experience already, or if he's a basketball player and he's just like a defender. But he's not like, is he a big? He's got to be a big. But he's not like a 5, right? He's like a 3. Max. No, because even 3s are like 6'6", or like 6'6", right? Nowadays. Like fucking, how tall is LeBron James? 6'6"? And he's a power forward, so he's a 3. Because this guy's probably like 6'3". He might be a little bit tall. He might be 6'6", so I guess he could be LGB. So he could, but I mean, he would be a big here, I guess. But he knows when to jump. But in general, like if he plays basketball and he's going up and blocking shots, he would have to have like huge hops unless he's like 6'8" or 6'9". He would probably have to be like 6'9". Nice. He would have to be a nice height in order to do that. But he's cock blocked like 2 or 3 shots. But like none of these people play volleyball, so I don't expect excellence, obviously. But when you're going up and doing shit like that, it means you probably practiced or at least did some type of research. Or maybe he legitimately has volleyball practice or volleyball experience, or he's a basketball player and just knows how to fucking block shots. He just like little bros people all day, which would be hilarious.
There's a little victory.
Yeah, because he is a big. He's in the front compared to Agent 6'3", I think he said, or 6'2". I don't know who this white guy is. He's like the only other white guy at this convention. It's Ludwig and this guy. I don't know who that guy is, though.
Point mark.
That's not a point. It's just a turnover.
DreamCon makes
okay, Desi, let's go. Let's go, Desi. All right, cheers for a Desi serve. Cheers for a Desi serve. Also, if you don't know who RDC World 1 is, and you're an anime fan or a sports fan, a comedy fan, do they do like other general topics? Like they do a lot of sports, like a lot of basketball. They do a lot of anime, a lot of cartoons as well. But it's all like comedy sketches, like really short sketches. Anything between like, I don't know, maybe like 1 minute to maybe, I want to say maybe 5 minutes, but every once in a while they'll come out with a longer video. And I think they said they're going to do less videos, like less sketches, and try to work on longer videos and more better produced videos, I believe is what they said. Which I think is cool. Because I have done some stuff with Kaisenet, and this is their convention, DreamCon, which is basically like an anime convention for black people. Is like the simplest way to put it, I guess. Because because if you're in the anime community and you're black, you definitely know about DreamCon. If you're in the anime community and you're not black, you probably don't know about DreamCon unless you know RDC World 1. So it's relatively safe to say. I would say it's relatively safe to say that. No cap. Maybe a controversial take, but I don't think it is. Let's go. Let's go. Oh! No!
Oh.
Is that the net? We got a net call?
Wait.
No.
There's a replay. Let's look at it right now.
Yeah. Is that the net? We got a net call?
Wait. Oh, there's a replay.
Wait, a net call on who?
Now.
A net call on this guy? No. Not a net call on him. Not a net call on him.
Oh!
That was a good save by Agent. Is it a net call here? I didn't see the net move, even going frame by frame. Oh, he ran into the net afterwards. That is true. He did fall into the net. I don't know the rules of volleyball. You're not allowed to do that. Yeah, because you can see it jiggle a little bit. Commence the jiggle. Everybody loves jiggling. But watch like the bottom of the net right here. You'll see it like jiggle around. Like digga 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 digga. Jigga jigga jigga. Call the bitch Bojangles.
Oh, not quite.
You see it? That could also be from wind, but unlikely.
Oh.
It looks like he hit it.
We got a net call?
Wait. Oh, there's a replay. Let's look at it right now. There's a replay. Let's look at it right now.
Was it his shirt? It almost looks like maybe it was like his shirt that hit it.
Yeah, you gotta.
Oh!
Was it his whole body? No, his hip hit that. His hip hit that.
Oh,
His hip hit that. His hip hit that.
Oh. Is that the net? We got a net call?
Wait.
No.
Oh, there's a replay. Let's
Damn,
look at
they're
it right
being
now.
like stingy about that shit.
Yeah.
Damn, they're going for the replay.
So it looks like the referees gave that point to Team Mark. Desmond, you're up to serve. Ooh,
Good high shot.
That one. Oh, it was out.
Desmond cleared it. It was like, yeah, that's
Yep.
out of bounds.
See, that's what I'm saying. Hit it real
Desmond.
high.
This side
It's gonna
is a
fuck
good
with people.
side for Team Mark.
Maybe
They're not gonna
it was
be-
just the side of the court.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Ben with the panic.
No.
Oh,
What's the
it
call?
was a good.
Do we want live chat on the side? Do we care about live chat here? Timestamps. Wait. Timestamps. Not that it matters. It's this quality, dot, dot, dot.
Ben says this is volleyball. He read that correctly.
All right, now your score
They
is
definitely-
Team Mark 4, Team Peyton 2.
They definitely aren't using the correct microphones. I don't know what microphones they're using, but they're not the right ones. They should be using like Samsung Broadcasting microphone headset. Well, they should either be using what I'm using right now. Or they should be using this. Just not the AliExpress version. Yeah, they should be using this. This is what they should be using. But yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
Looks like Desmond was getting a little tired.
Do
That was a
over,
lot of
do
serves.
over, do
That was
over.
a lot of serves back to
No,
back.
it's okay. You good.
That's
you
what-
good. You good.
No
Yeah.
worries.
Yeah, it's a do-over. We don't need a sweep.
score
We just need
now.
a do-over.
Mark didn't look too happy about that serve. Oh, not quite.
This is just what we
That was a
call
nice serve with the lift,
do-overs.
though.
Yeah, there was a lot of airtime. All
It's just what we
DreamCon
call
fans,
do-overs.
Make some noise.
Make some noise.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Dylan on the
Gotta
attack.
watch out for Dylan.
Dylan is going
Watch out
crazy.
for Dylan.
Don't worry, I got the noise for you.
Not quite.
Okay.
Dylan on the
Gotta watch
attack.
out.
All right, DreamCons fans, make some noise.
Uh-oh.
Dylan on the
Watch
attack.
out for Dylan.
Dylan is going
Watch out
crazy.
for Dylan. Not quite. Out of
Damn, we
bounds,
made
but
so
a
much
great
noise.
play from Dylan.
Dylan's locked in.
Yeah, it's because we made all that
With the
noise.
serve, it's up. A lot of airtime.
Duh.
A lot of airtime. Dylan back at it again.
There we go.
Yeah.
Redemption.
Dylan did not come to play. Did you see that?
I see.
Oh shit. Okay, okay, Dylan. Is it bad that I almost just called him dildo? He probably got that a bunch in school, right? Like a bunch. I don't like that I wanted to say that, but it still made me laugh a little bit on the inside.
Uh-oh. Hey!
Hey now, Team Mark is definitely making that comeback.
Is that
right
in
now.
or was that out?
You know what? Maybe
I'm not
Mark
sure.
had a point.
Yeah, what did he say to them? On
Oh,
the court?
Agent
I
hit
don't
it.
know. Whatever Mark said to his team, they are coming back with a vengeance.
Well, what the fuck happened? How come they just get a free change of side? Because I thought it was just best of one. I didn't know it was BO3.
It's up. Ooh. Ref, what you
That's
calling?
a net call.
Point. Mark, wow.
Wait, what? Okay. If the last one was a net call, was it because he already hit the ground before he hit the net?
Mark, wow.
Maybe? Or the ball hit the ground before he hit the net? He definitely hit the net. I just don't know where. Because the ball hit the ground right here. And that's where Ludwig hit the ground as well. The question is, what is a net call for volleyball? Foul committed when a player touches the net, ropes, or post during a play. This includes any part of the player's body or uniform making contact with the net between the attendee while the ball is in play. Okay, so that means if the ball hits the ground, it's no longer in play. So that means he touched it after it was in play. A net call results in a point for the opposing team and a change of possession. Damn. Okay, that's kind of fucking crazy.
Team Peyton, I need you.
Okay, that.
Don't know. Whatever Mark said to his team.
Now I have to look at that other
Dylan
net
did
call
not
again.
come to play. Did you see that?
I see. Dylan. It's like Desmond was getting a little tired.
Whoa. 2.
Correctly. Oh. For Team Mark.
Maybe it was just the side of the court.
Ouch. That's
Up to serve. It looks like the ref
Huh?
right now.
touch the net.
Okay.
We got a net call.
Wait. Oh, there's a replay.
Okay, so if the ball touches the ground, he touched it there. Because right now his jersey's probably just like flapping in the wind, right? From gravity. But there, it looks like it actually touched it. Like, touched. Because you can see it's actually, like, on the net there. And he hit the net. Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. All right. I didn't get another... I didn't get a better look at where Ludwig's was at.
Not quite out of bounds, but a great play from Dylan.
That's a problem I have.
Dylan's locked in. Cam with the serve. It's up. A lot of airtime. Dylan back at it again.
There we go.
Yeah.
Redemption.
Dylan did not come to play. Did you see that?
I see.
Dylan did not come to play. Yeah, he did. Stop playing.
Uh-oh. Hey!
Hey now, Team Mark is definitely making that comeback right now.
You know what? Maybe
I'm not
Mark
sure.
had a point.
Yeah, what did he say to them on the court?
Mark
said to his team,
offered
they are coming back
a bonus,
with a vengeance.
which is illegal. He said, hey, we're going to switch sides, and I'm going to raise the brightness of the lights shining on them.
Point! Mark, wow.
Ludwig definitely touched the net. I think he touched it
Wow.
before. Now I have to see in slow-mo. Because he definitely touched it. God, that's so close. That's like at the same exact time.
Team Peyton, I need y'all to rally. What's going on?
Oh, they read that. Yep.
You good. It looks like the team captain is back to serve.
Okay.
The ball is up. Ooh.
Okay, that one was for the fans.
Team Peyton.
That one was for the fans. That one was for the fans. That one, yeah, that one was for the
Their
fans. Don't worry
score
about
is
it.
now 8-6.
8-6. See, look at the backspin on that.
A little sloppy,
Ooh,
but they
nice.
got it over the net.
Nice. A little spin. Do we get it again?
Oh, unfortunately, too much momentum for Dylan, and that is a net call, so it will be point for Team Peyton.
Now this score, they caught back up. It is 8-6.
Oh, another net call?
Dylan again.
Oh, yeah. That was a hella net call. Hella net call.
Not at all. Any part of your body touches it?
Yeah, anybody touches it?
Oh, a little miss.
See, these people, the commentators need to explain what the net call is, how it affects it, like what's going on. I don't think the commentators know anything about volleyball either. Like, at all. And that's a bad thing. If you're going to bring in commentators, even if they're entertainers, like if they're friends of yours and they're entertainers, and they're like, and you're like, hey, I'm going to be, flying you out or whatever, paying you just to do commentary on this stupid little volleyball thing. These people don't really know how to play. But you need to know the rules, like the basic rules. It's like if you're doing a basketball thing and somebody took a charge or somebody traveled, you'd be like, oh yeah, that was a traveling charge. It's like, okay, or that was a travel. You're like, okay, what does that mean? Like, oh, I took a charge. Okay, what does that mean though? Like, oh, that was a double dribble. It's like you have to be able to at least explain like the basics, you know? Like, I wouldn't have known the net call thing if I didn't look it up. I would have been like, yeah, net call. For those of you who don't know, the ball has to be in play. So if it hits the ground, because that Ludwig one was super sketchy, in my opinion, because he definitely hit the net, and he hit the net harder than everybody else with like his entire body. He used it like a fucking trampoline almost. Or like he was in the WWE and he was just ready. He was using his ropes. That's like what he was using it for. But since the ball wasn't in play because he already spiked it, it didn't matter. But the commentators didn't say anything. So there was probably like a ton of questions or whatever about it.
Communication and team
it's weird.
Is back in the game.
They're not saying anything. It's empty platitudes. It was like when I was. It's like when I was casting with a lot of the Magic the Gathering people.
Oh, this is a good rally. Oh,
very interesting.
Mark, you could have got that right.
Somehow we have a.
Yeah, I thought it was Team Mark.
Crazy turnaround on the court.
Wow. Y'all are selling this lead right now. I'm not gonna lie to you.
This is game point. Score is 8-9 right now. Team Peyton.
Oh, that's a high hit.
Oh, it's getting good.
She needed a jump.
We have a tie.
You got to win by 2?
Now I need y'all to get loud. This is game.
You got to win by 2, right? No, you got to win by 2. Come on. This is street ball. Street volleyball. You got to win by 2.
Over. Oh, Desmond with the strike.
Nice hit. Nice hit. Oh! No!
Oh!
Come on.
Oh, Team Mark.
Oh, shit. You don't have to win by 2.
Yeah.
Correction. The score of 10-9. Team Peyton wins.
Damn, they lost twice. Mark even tried to switch sides. He still lost.
Y'all doubted this man.
Oh, yeah.
Peyton. Mark wasn't even playing. Oh, because you can only do 1, and he was on, whatchamacallit.
We got Team Kalani versus Team Mari.
He's doing basketball.
I want to know who y'all got in the audience. We got Team Kalani. Who's here for Team Kalani? Right here. I want to know. That want to know.
All right, let's make some noise for Team Mari.
Oh, nobody. Okay, sorry.
Kalani, you got some haters in the audience right now. I'm letting you know.
Yeah, you gotta let them know.
Oh, damn. No. Fucking Discord. Okay, we can luckily just scrub through this. Luckily.
Make some noise.
I saw a clip of where Ludwig said he was on his bullshit when he was playing volleyball. Like, he was going fucking crazy.
Oh, a high one.
Not quite. Oh, that is 4.
That is 4 touches.
You can't do more than... You can only do 3 touches. I did not know that.
Oh, wow. There's some coaching on the court right now. Our team captain is very involved. Is there strategy on the court right now?
I think I see some strategy.
Somebody plays volleyball on this team. Oh, nice. This is a nice fucking serve.
Oh, man. Pierre is not playing.
I wonder what the coach said to him.
Can you spike off of a serve? Like if somebody serves, can you just like block it right away and have it go straight down?
They were
Are
talking
you allowed to
smack
do
earlier.
that?
The serve is up.
Kalani
Vader
versus Mari.
passes it to no one. A little miscommunication. And our score is now.
Damn, he was pissed.
There's a lot happening with the court
Whoa,
right now.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Get
No, he didn't pass it to nobody. He
Whoa,
clearly
Vader.
passed it. He clearly passed it to her, and she ran away from the ball. She's not a sports person. Whoever this is not a sports person. She ran away. She literally ran away from the ball.
There's a lot happening with the court
whoa,
right
whoa,
now.
whoa, whoa. Get whoa.
Where are the refs?
They were talking smack earlier. The serve is up. Vader passes it to no one. A little miscommunication. And our
Fucking
score
Dante.
passes it. The serve is up.
Oh, wait. Oh, did Dante transition too early? And this guy didn't know that Dante was in the middle. He shouldn't have even been going. He didn't trust his teammate. He didn't trust his teammate. And so when he went up to cover this side, she went over to cover his side. That makes sense. That makes more sense. Dante's fucked up that play.
Vader passes it to no
Dumbass.
one. A little miscommunication. And our score is
Dante
now.
like knocks it out of her hands.
There's a lot happening with the court
Whoa,
right
whoa,
now.
whoa, whoa. Get whoa.
Where are the refs?
Dante like jumps into the crowd and then he gets pissed that he's like, "Where the fuck were you?" She's like, you left your spot. He passed it to you."
Ref,
What is happening?
break it up. Break it up. At least blame Vader. Serve is up. Dante.
There's a little miscommunication happening between Dante and
A
Mari
lot.
right now.
Oh,
Oh, that's the team
A lot
captain?
of excitement over there for Team
Why are you
Kalani.
yelling at the team
I don't know,
captain?
there's a lot of doubters in the building.
there was a lot of doubters in the building.
Did y'all change your mind, Team Kalani in the building? They
Damn.
still sleeping on him. Okay.
Nah, Team Kalani fucking shit up. This can be a clean sweep.
Vader with the heat. Cleo saves it. Oh!
Oh.
And
That was
with
like a double
Team Mari
dive.
gets there first.
That was a double dive.
They are out there tumbling and rolling.
Mario Kart double dive.
Don't let them tell you we don't got
Anime
real
Con
sports at
double
DREAMCON.
dive. It's not the same.
Oh!
All right, nice serve from Barefoot Tasha.
You can't double dutch and
It
dive.
looks like
You
Team
gotta stay on
Mari
your
is
feet.
coming back,
You know
Everybody
what?
knows
It's
that.
nice to see Tasha not barefoot, you know?
right? She got shoes on and
She
everything.
got
Go,
shoes and
girl.
it sucks. Hello.
Dude, I haven't done
You
double
go,
dutch
girl.
in
She
so
serves.
long.
Oh, with an ace.
I was in like elementary school and I did
She's
double
on
dutch.
fire.
You know what? It's probably the new hair. She got her hair.
I wonder if I
She's
can still
feeling
do that
good.
shit.
Oh wait, never mind. Just
I wonder if
kidding.
I can
That
still
hands are
time
hurt.
it. I'm
Kalani
sure I
with the
could.
response.
Good return. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh!
it's getting rough.
That
Vader.
was definitely, yep. Net touch.
And this guy, like, he didn't know anyone even fucking come close to that shit. He was way over. He was way over. He's like, nope. These guys are just like, I'm just gonna hit over your head. But that was a net hit on both sides.
Point, Kalani.
Well, you know, Vader has been working on building those muscles, so all that space, you know, it's easy to hit the net. You
Hey,
gotta watch out for
he
that.
understands it now.
I'm surprised the chat wasn't crazier.
Come on, DreamCon fans, you still with me? Make some noise. The serve is up.
To be fair, it took me a long time to find out where the fuck it was. And I didn't see that it was advertised like anywhere. The only time I found out that it was even happening was because Ludwig said something about it. Which I guess kind of reinforces my point where I said it's like an anime con for black people. But I also watch RDC. So that doesn't make sense. I just didn't hear anything about DreamCon. And they literally put on DreamCon. It's their convention.
Your score is now 5-4.
Which is why it doesn't make sense.
And now there's a rotation.
Cheers, cheers.
That's all right.
That was you know what? No, it's okay.
I was like, what the fuck serve was that?
That's all right.
That was you know what? No, it's okay. It's okay.
That's just.
Is she on her knees laughing? Is she almost about to literal raffle?
Make sure your hand is all right.
What? No.
Look at her. Her hands on her head.
That's all right.
Collapses to her knees.
It's okay. It's okay.
Let's just make sure your hand is all right. You know, we have some really good DreamCon staff here who are helping people that get hurt. You know, like
Absolutely.
the medical team is awesome.
Oh, did she get hurt?
Don't worry.
DreamCon team is fantastic.
Did she get hurt?
Oh, there was a little
man.
bit of aggression with that throw. Hold on. The team captain is now
I was like, that was a good serve. Jesus. I forgot it was the other team.
serving. It's
Ooh.
Dante. Who's gonna get it over? It goes. Uh-oh, that might be out of here.
All right, we're looking good. The points are getting close. You know, we got a close game here.
Team Mari's trying to come back.
The thing is that I
There's
always.
gonna be a new server.
We've
This
got
is-
PG stepping up to the line.
This sounds stupid, but every time I've seen Dante, he just seems like way more of a talker and like a laugher and a laugher-atter. He's I don't want to say he's like a troll because he's not really a troll because he makes fun of himself a lot of times too. But he's just like a comedian type of guy. But he does have like some athletic prowess, but he also I feel like he's not team oriented maybe. I don't know, I just get off the vibe that he's not a teamwork person. Like he would much rather fuck around and be fun and comical than try to do like a serious point-based system. Like I don't think he cares about winning anything. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like I don't think he cares too much. Like as long as he's not getting hella embarrassed, maybe. But I think he would 10 times rather just not do that. But he's been at a few events lately. I mean, he went to he was at Streamer University, and I think right after that he's at DreamCon. Like the next weekend. So it's like pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. He's doing a lot. He's doing a lot of really good networking. But he's also just a really good entertainer. If you don't know, I am Dante. He's on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he does.
PG, what you gonna do?
I don't think he does anything on Twitch. I think he streams on YouTube or Kick. I could be wrong, But I know I only know him from like YouTube videos. But it's I am Dante. I am Dante's with an S.
Immediate response.
Let's,
Everybody's looking at each other.
oh
What-
yeah.
Whoa,
yeah.
whoa.
Oh damn, she's
at the
talking
net.
shit.
Each other. Immediate response.
She hit that.
Everybody's looking at each other.
Oh damn.
Oh
What-
yeah.
Whoa,
oh, yeah.
whoa,
Talking that talk
whoa,
down
at
there.
the net. It looked like the net was fighting back.
All right, what the
Our
fuck?
score is now 7-5. Ooh,
Dante
What the fuck was that?
quite literally taking a whole.
That was Dante. Of course it was. See, that's what I'm saying. It seems like he's more of like a fuck around type of guy. You know? But also, if you put their two names together, it's Team Calamari.
of the net there.
You know,
Just
he
thought I'd
understood
say
the
that.
assignment. He just jumped a little too far. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Good job, though.
Just thought I'd
It's
mention that.
Oh, just a little short. And that point goes to Team Mari. Now we
Team
got King Vader
Calamari.
back to serve. Now, he's been locked in. Let's see how the serve looks.
No pressure.
None at all.
No pressure, but a lot of pressure.
It's up. Ooh, that's a good serve. It's up and over. Dante with the response. Oh, head top, but it still goes over the net. Dante
Dante
again
with the
attacking.
response.
Oh,
Oh, big Dante. Dante talking that talk.
he talked.
Be careful, you don't want another net violation.
Yeah, talk to the hand. Yeah.
Oh shit. He's going old
Team
school.
Mari on the comeback. Vader is locked in.
He
When
just
was
had
the
to shake
last
off that
time you
Professor Darth Vader to get
unironically
into that
saw
match
or
winning.
heard
Oh,
somebody
here we
say,
go.
Another
talk to the
miscommunication.
hand?
Look at the walk off. The chest pounds. Vader is in his element.
Uh-oh. Mari down there getting jiggy with it, too.
Ooh, it's
Like-
8-8. Is he going to go 3 for 3? Hello.
That team,
That's
Tectone
point.
is getting flustered. It's probably because Vader is quite literally serving.
Vader, it's, wait, hold on. That should go that way. That should go that way.
Yeah, this,
Wait, did I miss something?
Vader is in his element.
uh-oh. Mari down there getting jiggy
It was
with it, too.
Ooh,
8-8.
It's 8-8. Is he going to go 3 for 3? Hello.
That team,
That's
Tectone is
point.
getting flustered.
Oh, it's not. Wait, what?
It's probably because Vader is.
Okay, but that's Mari, and Mari's blue. But they have it as red.
Quite literally
Okay.
serving.
Vader, it's, wait, hold on. That should go that way. That should go that way.
Yeah, this is a.
Wait a minute, that means it's game point. Let's make some noise.
I was very confused because where the names are.
It's up.
Whoa. Cleo Thomas with it. Over the net it goes. PG
with
passed
it.
it back and not quite.
Oh.
We have a tie. Now, this is our second tie of the night.
I didn't know you got a point and control when you fuck up your own serve. I thought you just lost control. And then they got it.
Cleo Thomas back to serve.
Or is that just
Let's
tennis?
make
Is
some
that the
noise for game
difference
point.
between volleyball and tennis?
DREAMCON, I can't hear you.
All right, let's not be 0 today and get a point on the board. How about that, Cleo?
It's up.
Oh,
PG with the
Hey.
immediate return.
There we go.
is that out?
But it's out.
Oh, shit.
means-
That is the game, first game, right? Yeah.
Yep. It's uh-oh. It's time to switch sides. They talking. They talking.
Go ahead
They
and switch
talking.
the sides. Let's be gentle on the switch, please.
Oh, they're both on. They're both blue. Never mind. I was like, why is one of the names red, one of them is blue?
They're switching sides right
It
now.
was just weird in
you
the
got
UI.
one more. Job's not finished. Job is not finished.
Okay, listen, Kobe, calm down. All right? You're an announcer. You're not a player.
It really is. It really is.
All right, Kobe.
Fans, how you feeling? Are y'all still team
Let's,
Mari?
let's fucking calm down.
Do we have any newer?
Hold on. I'm pretty sure Floofs has. He is notable. Okay.
Team Kalani fans now? Okay. Pick it up.
Any Team Kalani fans?
I respect that. I respect that.
I feel like
King
they.
Vader is back to serve again. Wow.
Had a good.
I feel
good
like
run
they
that
should
last
have
game.
been able to get a better production team for this.
It's up.
Custom streaming service. They do it all themselves?
Dante
Maybe
with the
they did it
attack
all
again.
themselves? I don't know.
Oh,
Oh man, Dante! Oh, crossing
said-
the net to talk this stuff. That's gotta be illegal.
whoa. Yep, refs, you gotta get this under control. Look, yeah, he said, calm down. Ooh, it's a little
He was
victory
a
dance.
fairy.
Okay, Dante. All right, this is the
Oh,
only.
yeah. I mean, that had to be like what? What was that? Like the 8th serve? Maybe?
Ooh.
Oh yeah. I mean, that had to be.
Ooh, that was. How do you even not hit it that far?
Like what? What was that? Like the 8th serve Vader did? It
You
was
know what?
time.
Yeah, you know what?
It was
Yeah.
time.
Server fatigue. It's okay.
Yeah, he was trying to like
That's the
karate
breakdown
chop
on the
it.
wrist, but we got Pierre back at the serving line.
Our score is 1-1.
Yeah, it's like he karate chopped it.
Y'all can hear that. One more.
Una más. 50, 50, 100.
There you go.
Dante taking it over.
Whoa!
That one might have been going. It was
Dante's
close.
talking
That's
his
all right. No one
talk.
saw. We didn't see.
It was close to going out,
She's
but it
just a
wasn't going.
girl.
Oh, now he's clapping.
He gonna keep clapping too.
There's a lot of trash talk.
There's a lot of trash
I
talking
love it.
before the game.
Dante's
during
is so
the game.
funny. See, with him, I would do like a.
Oh, Vader tried to be slick with one and tried to serve again.
All right, PG.
Like you do a slow clap and just build it up.
Our score is now 2-1
Like your opponent's failing.
or 3-1. My bad.
Oh god, I'm such a fucking
PG back to
asshole.
serve.
I
Back to
love
Kalani.
it.
Dante again with
Oh,
the attack.
nice hit.
Vader comes
Okay.
in with the save.
Dante all of a sudden
Dante
learned how to
again.
play.
Oh,
Oh no, they just needed to put him at the front.
oh, Cleo.
But unfortunately, that's a 0.
That's the second 0 joke in 5 minutes.
I'm
I
not
love
going
it.
to stop. I'm going to start talking about holes soon.
PG back to serve again. It's up. Kalani with the save.
It's gonna keep
nice
talking
play.
about holes.
Ooh, you almost had it. You got to be quicker than that.
After it hits the net, you should still be able to hit it as long as you don't touch the net, right? Yeah, because if they hit the top of the net and it goes like poonk and then like rolls over or whatever, you can still save it by hitting it up. I think you should be able to. Or else people would just aim at it all the time. And like when you're like a professional, like an actual professional, that's what would happen. Like if it was like once it hits the net, you can't touch it again. And it would be the same for tennis too, Because you can still hit it with tennis. It's just a really low rate of return. You have to have, like, your precision has to be immaculate if you want to do something like that in tennis. Which I'm sure some people probably could. Maybe that's some anime shit. I mean, it happens in games, but maybe it's BM to do it. Maybe it's BM, and that's why people don't do it that much. And like, it's an accident all the time, and people just want to do volleys, and they want to do like crazy shit, and they want to like wear their opponent down by forcing them to go left and right if possible, depending on the volley. But I think forcing them to go forward and backwards might be more taxing than side to side. Because having somebody run backwards is like super tiring. Like running in reverse is super tiring. So if you do like drop shot and then fireball and then drop shot and then fireball and then drop shot fireball, but they would have to either start letting it go on some ways, but like if you're smacking it and then you hit the net every time, they could just like not, there's just no way for them to get it. They can't do it at that point. Or if you do some anime shit and you hit it and it has so much backspin that it goes and just stays on the ground, defies all laws of physics, and then just rolls back towards you. Like if you did that.
Our score is now 5-1. PG back to serve again. It's up. They're going at Kalani. Oh! Finally, a point for Team Kalani. Let's make some noise.
Like missed that completely.
Who's up to serve? Cleo, that is going to be your serve.
Did she think that was going out of bounds or something?
Oh! They're going at Kalani.
Like, there's no way you're... Like, she didn't even get a hand on it. How is your depth perception that bad? Is she fucked up? Is she drugged up right now?
Oh!
She could be on meds.
Finally, a point for Team Kalani.
Some meds will fuck up your depth perception. Which is a lot of times, not a lot of times, but it's sometimes why you're not supposed to operate vehicles when you're on the meds. It's not because it's like an upper or a downer or anything, or like a controlled substance. It's because it'll like fuck with your, or maybe they are controlled substances, but it'll fuck with your depth perception.
Let's make some noise. Who's up to serve? Cleo, that is going to be your serve. Just getting some clarification on the rules here on the court. The serve is up. Dante tried to
Dante can't jump.
Just wasn't enough.
He just came right back.
Dante's a white man. White boy can't jump.
To serve again. Ooh, it's up. A lot of hang time. Vader with the first touch.
There was just no effort at the end of that.
Hold on now. You made a lot of zero.
These commentators, man. They're not even like commentating. They're like, oh, it's up. The ball's in the air. Yep. It's up. Yep. Oh. Yep. It's up. Yep. Yep, it's up.
Jokes, but that's 2 points for Cleo. Come on now. Our score is now 5-4.
Dude, you're like, I get what you're trying to do, and it's great, but if I was at this arena, I would have left already, because I would have either left or I would have did what Tasteless did. Well, no, because I don't even know that much about, or I don't know anything about volleyball. But holy fuck, I would have just did what Tasteless did and gone up and been like, yo, listen, you need real commentators. please let me get on there. I was like, let me talk to a ref for like 20 minutes. Let me get a basic rundown on the rules, and then let me be a commentator, please. Because this is really bad. It's really bad. I don't know who's commentating. I don't want to say I'm not throwing shade, because there's no other way to take what I'm saying as not shade, right? There's no way to take it as a not shade. I could say it in a nicer way, I suppose. Say, hey, yeah, they should work on their commentating, and I could like give them tips, but like the tips I gave them earlier, it's like they could very well be very good commentators. They could. It's definitely possible, and they could be very good entertainers, but they have no idea about volleyball. Or if they do, then they're horrible commentators. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. I just don't know what it is yet. Because they're like, oh yeah, that's a net call. Yep, that's it. Yep. Oh, it's up. It's up. Like after somebody serves, they're like, it's up. Like, oh, that was a high serve. It's like, oh, thank you. Like, could you give us like normies that don't have any knowledge about the game, any like insight? Like you could have probably gotten an anime YouTuber, even like a small anime YouTuber, or somebody that was like trying to like make it, or maybe not even a YouTuber, like a Twitch streamer or anybody, that was like really into anime and really, really liked haiku or whatever, this anime, the volleyball anime. Because at least then they would have a baseline reference about volleyball, number one. So they would be able to explain, like, okay, why, like, oh, should they have two people trying to block shots? It's not a professional, league thing, so there could be some miscommunications here and there, or, blah, 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 blah. These people obviously don't play volleyball. But there would be a lot more knowledge from just watching an anime about the sports. And it is an anime convention, and this was a very popular anime. So when you're at an anime convention and people are playing volleyball, you're not super interested, but if you really liked this anime, you will probably at least come check it out because you're at an anime convention and it's volleyball and it has a bunch of big like content creators. So you may be a little bit more interested than normal. Because I remember back in the day, I used to think tennis was like hella fucking lame. Like stupid as fuck, right? I used to think tennis was really, really lame. And then I watched Prince of Tennis, and then I started playing tennis and a racquetball. Right? So it's like things can change pretty quickly depending. But all it takes is like one person with knowledge from an anime. So like I know like the scoring in tennis is really weird. You know, when it's 15-15 because it starts out like 1 point to 1 point, it's like 15 all, or if it's 15-0, it's like 15 love. Love is 0, which I never really understood, but it's just either way. It's like, you know, it's things like that. You pick up on like the basics, and then with that, you can fill in information, like basic information, because this isn't a volleyball tournament. I mean, it is, but it's not geared towards volleyball players. It's geared towards like anime people and people who like these particular content creators. Like that's who it's geared to. So they don't really know what they're looking at per se. They don't know anything about the sport. So you need someone that knows something about the sport, at least talking. And not just, oh, the ball's in the air. Ah! Oh, this person tried to hit it. Oh, this person's serving. Okay, this person got a point. It's like, oh, like, dude, you have to have, like, there needs to be something. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy in esports too. Like, yeah, like actual esports. And like I said, when I was doing commentary for Hollywood Pizza at his Pizza Box Opens on Sundays, when I was doing commentary for like Magic the Gathering and stuff like that, there were sometimes like if it was standard. I don't play standard, but I still like know the majority of the cards. I know what they do, just because I play historic, which includes those cards. But I may just not be 100% familiar with the meta. So I would look up the meta ahead of time, find out what was currently in the meta, and then I would talk about, hey, how long has this been in the meta? Do you think it's going to wreck it for a long time? Do you think it's temporary? There's like, a new set. Like there's so much stuff you could talk about in your downtime and your away time. And in between games, if there's no, like if there's nobody on, like if you're not on a big stage, like you don't have somebody actually on stage interviewing people, stuff like that. Like I remember with League of Legends, we had Shocks that was doing a lot of that, which I don't know if she's doing League of Legends still or if she moved to a different game. But yeah, I think she still does a lot of stuff with esports. She was really cool. She was super nice. If she's still doing stuff with esports, I would probably be surprised because I feel like she got most likely more harassment online, like unjustified harassment online than like anybody else in League of Legends for a really long time. It was like just because she was on stage talking with these people and people thought she knew nothing about League of Legends. I think she misspoke once and that might have ignited it. So people thought she knew nothing and that everything she said was scripted. But she did know a lot, at least at the time. but I think it was just a misspeak. But you know how people are with like girls in video games, especially professional games at like the world level stage. It still has that like taboo thing to it. But she was such a good interviewer. She was one of the best. She was really good, and who else was really good? Nick Allen was a really good commentator. I wonder why he stopped being a commentator. I wonder if it was just because of money or just because it was like unstable or something. It could have been that too. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just like more of a passion project thing for him. But Nick Allen was really good.
We are gonna 0
He can't hear you. Let's see if he can tie it up here.
What? Sorry. What? Oh my Lord. There is a barrier there. There is a barrier there. Just so everyone knows.
You know, if he would have let it go, that would have been y'all's point.
I'm not exactly sure what the dimensions are of the court, but, you know.
Wait. Where does that point go, refs?
That's going to go to...
Did it hit the wall first?
Wow. She said, that's our ball, ain't it? That's our ball.
Oh, looks like Cleo.
Our game is tied.
They're not liking it.
Uh-oh.
The crowd
There's
is
some
not liking it.
booing at the refs.
Yo, what the fuck is that, ref?
Cleo making sure the team is ready. Dante with a serious face.
Oh, shit.
Not playing no games.
Yeah.
Handling it all by himself.
You can see the fire in his eyes. Look at him.
Oh, he Matrix dodged that. He didn't want anything to do with it.
He's not crossing. He's not crossing the net now. He's listening. Uh-oh. PG. Vader.
Oh, well, you know what? The good thing is
he didn't do too much with that.
Behind if you need to.
Yeah, you can. So Vader thought about helping, but he just.
That could have been a crazy play for PG.
Almost, yes.
Can't really hit it twice. Did Vader fuck up his hand? Because that's the second time in a row that he's hit it where it's just been like a really limp dick hit where he's just been like, and it's gone nowhere. Like on his serve, he hit it to here. It didn't even make it towards, not even half court, but it didn't even make it to halfway on his own side of the court. It made it to like a quarter on his side of the court. Like almost like he missed it completely. But he could have hit it with his forearm and made it further.
No, that should be Kalani's.
All right. It's
All right, serving.
Ball.
Team Mari, it's up.
Barefoot Tasha getting it over the net. Dante passes
It's
back.
up. Oh my gosh.
Oh. With the dagger.
Team Dagger.
Our score is now 7-6. Kalani up the serve.
Team Dagger.
Let's make some noise.
You gotta have that.
Mari with the return. Mari back at it again.
Oh shit.
Oh, Mari.
Okay.
She's on the ground.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's a performance.
No, damn. She got fucking possessed by a demon? What the fuck just happened?
That was crazy. There's going to be a new server.
I was like, did she have a seizure? What the fuck happened?
Dante, step into the line.
Dante's is gonna fail. First try. Guaranteed.
I feel like he's going to put some heat in this. He punches the ball. Cleo
Maybe not.
with the attempted save.
Okay, I lied.
Our score is now tied, or 8-7. Is Dante going to go for a two-peat right here?
They don't even know.
Huh. He said,
Pierre
nope.
with a quick reaction.
But Dante said
not quite.
You know what? It was the thought that counts. There was a lot of effort there.
Yeah.
And it was a good try.
Reaction time was pretty good.
Our score is now 8-8. We're tied again.
This is a good matchup.
This is a great matchup for our All-Star Volleyball tournament. Oh!
Oh, was that a net hit?
What a feat of athleticism.
That team is fussing, but they did get the
Oh
point.
yeah, he got netted.
Wow.
He got netted for
There's a
real.
little bit of controversy on the court right now.
There's a little net there, you know.
Yeah, there's a little bit of net. There's a little bit
The
of
serve
net.
is up. Vader with the save. Oh!
Nice play from Krista and Vader.
Ooh, you almost had it.
They put the point on the wrong
Christology,
team.
We see you.
Ah, hit the tip of the net. I like it.
We got a tied game.
We got a
9-9.
tie game for game point. Can we make some noise for game point?
All right. We have a no-no game.
All right.
Dante's giving some
We
words
have
of
a German
encouragement
no-no game.
to his team captain.
Classic. Team
He
Cap.
said, Mario, you better lock in. It's up. And it comes up short. Our winners are Team Kalani.
All right.
There's a lot of celebrations.
A lot of celebration, a lot of excitement there. Team Kalani and Team
Okay, so this is a restream of Dream Convention 2. So Dream Convention. I wonder how many there actually were. Videos, past broadcasts, DreamCon, IRL, IRL. Videos, broadcasts. Okay, Tekken's Hop 8. A cuddle cup? What the fuck is a cuddle cup? What is a cuddle? Someone tell me. What is a what the fuck is a cuddle cup? Okay, there's Marvel Rivals tournament. There was a Tekken Top 8 tournament. I need to find out whatever the fuck this cuddle cup is. I'm so intrigued.
What's going on, everyone? My name is Anthony Van Klein.
The Purple Sharpie. I'll be hosting schemers, hustlers, and everybody in between.
Okay.
Hello, DreamCon 2025, dreamers, schemers, hustlers, and everybody in between. We are live from the George R. Convention Center in Houston, Texas, and I am the Purple Sharpie. I'll be hosting the Black in Gaming panel today, and I hope that you can gain some well-needed knowledge from this panel. Today we have 3 experts inside of their field. We're going to start over here on the very left. I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself, starting with you there, Crandon.
My name is Crandon Dillard. I am the CEO and creative director for Affirmate Studios, and we make a Afro-futuristic RPG called Universe. We've been at it for a while. We're at the Gaming Hall G06 is our booth number. Come check us out.
What's going on, everyone? My name is Anthony Van Klein. You can call me AVK. So I currently work for AMD. I am the North American Gaming PC Channel Marketing Manager. So I'm actually the sponsor, or AMD is the sponsor of this panel as well. And happy to be here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Danielle. I am the founder and CEO of Ebonics.
I'm
a creative technologist, self-taught 3D artist, and basically I just like to make games blackity black, 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 because it's not everyday Killmonger locks.
Can we get a round of applause for our panelists today? Now, I want to start off just as a general question here, and I'm actually going to go with Ebonics first. But Ebonics, how did you decide, as someone who created their own company, that you wanted to work for your own company?
I think when I started to see the impact that my work was having on the wider community, it let me know that my mission and my purpose was to provide access to ourselves within games. Because it really has been just your Afro, your level 1, your Killmonger locks for the longest time. And I think finding that purpose in seeing ourselves in games really just told me, like, okay, this is that time. You have to go hard or go home. I left my job, and I was like, I'm going to give myself 1 year to do this. If I can really like flesh it out 1 year, and I'm going to be cool, fine. But I have a degree, so I have a degree in psychology and counseling. So for me, it was like, I'm not unemployable. I've got experience, but I needed to give myself 1 year to really prove to myself that this is what I'm meant to be doing. And that was in 2019. So here we are.
Nice. Okay. Now, Anthony, we were chatting a little bit backstage. You work with AMD, and you're a very knowledgeable hardware technician generalist. When did you decide that?
Does that mean you're successful in this?
AMD was the right place? We were chatting a little.
I don't know what that means.
Your Afro, your level 1, your Killmonger locks.
Real question here, and I'm actually going to go with
Ebonics Studios. Is that a dildo? No. It's a PlayStation controller. Might as well be. Creative technologist, entrepreneur, specializing in redefining representation by creating nuanced and bespoke virtual experiences. Her mission is providing solutions, a lack of authentic representation, and digital setting provide innovative and intersectionality. Okay. Oh, so yeah, what she was saying is she literally is just trying to put black people in video games. It was literally just, that's actually, I thought she was joking. that's just literally what she said. And that's literally what she's doing. Okay, got it.
Ebonics first. But Ebonics, how did you decide, as someone who created their own company, that you wanted to work for your own company?
I think when I started to see the impact that my work has about
for you.
Since 2005. So a little background.
AMD, and you're a very knowledgeable hardware technician generalist. When did you decide that AMD was the right place for you?
That's a great question. So a little background about me. So I've been in the gaming space now for...
A journalist?
Manager. So I'm actually the sponsor. What's going on, everyone? My name is Anthony Van Klein. You can call me AVK. So I currently work for AMD. I am the North American Gaming PC Channel Marketing Manager. So I'm actually the sponsor, or AMD is a sponsor of this panel as well. And happy to be here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dan.
Our booth number, come check us out.
Manager. What's going on, everyone? My name is Anthony Van Klein. You can call me AVK. So I currently work for AMD. I am the North American Gaming PC Channel Marketing Manager. So I'm actually the
Channel Marketing Manager? That's quite a bit different than...
Sponsor, or AMD is a sponsor of this panel as well. And happy to be here.
That's
Hi, everyone. My name is
quite a bit different.
When did you? Okay. Now, Anthony, we were chatting a little bit backstage. You work with AMD, and you're a very knowledgeable hardware technician generalist. When did you decide that AMD was the right place for you?
That's a great question. So a little background about me. So I've been in the gaming space now for about 13 years, and I've also been in the PC tech space since 2005. So I got my start in Dell Alienware. I've been at Lenovo, I've been at Apple, and now AMD. I started AMD in 2021, so during the panini, or the pandemic, what you want to call it. But quite honestly, when Lisa Su, our CEO, took over for AMD, she totally transformed what AMD was. So prior to Lisa Su's tenure, AMD was known as bottom of the barrel, cheap brand, bad driver issues on the GPUs, just a whole litany of things that just wasn't great. But Lisa Su came with her engineering background from MIT, and she totally transformed the CPU market. And so we've gone from bottom of the barrel to, top. We're the 800-pound gorilla now when it comes to desktop gaming. AMD was known as bottom of the barrel, cheap brand, bad driver issues on the GPUs.
Bad drivers on the GPUs. It's just NVIDIA's problem, but AMD still doesn't really have great GPUs.
Just a whole litany of things that just wasn't great. But Lisa Su came with her engineering background from MIT, and she totally transformed the CPU market. And so we've gone from bottom of the barrel to, top. We're the 800-pound gorilla now when it comes to desktop gaming, right? And just her leadership and the roadmap of products that we're using in the gaming space, it just made sense. So I was like, nah, I have to join, and haven't looked back since.
I mess with that. I'm a big gamer, so I appreciate it.
Okay, yeah, but the thing is that your CPUs are planned out like 10 years in advance. Like, you already have teams and stuff working on, literally actually like actively working on it and conceptualizing it and theorizing it and doing all that shit for your chips that are coming out like 4 or 5 generations in the future, or at least that's how Intel does it. So unless she just like started and then was like, yeah, scrap all of the CPU shit that we have and we're gonna redo everything from the beginning and fuck all your research that you've done, or restarting everything, that would be very surprising to me, and that's probably most definitely not what happened, because they would have lost billions of dollars, and like all of their venture capitalists and backers would have been like, what the fuck? And probably pulled out, and they might have went bankrupt. So like the majority of the stuff that's on the market right now was probably already planned.
Sure. Now, Crandon, a little bit of a different question for you here, right? You run your own studio. That's your job. That's a difficult one. How do you make it work?
So for me, it's the fact that we are building something that we love. And so work doesn't feel like work. You're willing to take that extra hour, spend that extra time, doing whatever is required in order for us to make this game and this company become something.
Oh my God, how could you expect somebody to work extra? Can you believe it? What a slave runner, or whatever it is that those... what a filthy capitalist. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I am only working my designated hours unless you pay me extra. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. If I work extra, do I get any extra money based on how many copies of the game it sells? No.
A household name. So it's just a matter of, we really love video games, and we literally love black people, and we really love our culture. And so a game that allows us to show that is going to make you get up every day. It's going to make you go to work every day. And that's what's sustained us through the ups and downs that is running a startup company.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And, you know, this kind of tickles my brain a little bit, because now I got another question.
Yeah.
We're all gamers here. You run your own game company. He goes ahead and develops the video games, and Ebonix is a streamer and a businesswoman. What games got you guys into this industry? We start with you here, Crandon.
All right, so I'm going to date myself here. But I started out playing, like, you know, Michael Jackson Moonwalker.
Okay, okay.
You know, Sonic, Toe Jam and Earl, all the way back up. I played Fantasy Star when they had...
Fantasy Star in like 27,000 hours. Hit me up about it, Soga. Hit me up, Sony. Hit me up, Sony and Sega. I played that game.
So those kind of games, you know...
27,000 hours?
My brother would actually... We only had one sister. So my brother would play the RPG.
She was instantly on that. I got 27,000 hours out of that game. Hit me up. Sponsor me. She's like... She's throwing out a pitch, trying to get a sponsorship in the middle of a panel while fucking... while some small studio guy, some indie studio guy is like trying to pitch his game and like what his studio does. And she's trying to shoot her shot for like a sponsorship from a huge gaming studio. Like, that's so fucking disrespectful. That's so disrespectful. And she's hosting it. She's hosting the panel. Like, I get that it's kind of a joke, but you're hosting the panel. You have to have decorum. You have to have something.
And then he would only turn and ask us when there was a question to be asked. And so that made me get a love for it.
I bet if you took him aside now and then played back this moment on stream and then got his opinion behind closed doors or something, he might have a very similar opinion and be like, yeah, DreamCon is cool because of the people involved, but I really didn't like that. I think that was kind of...
It's the stories and just being immersed in games, and that's never changed, and here we are with the studio.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. Can we get a round of applause for love for video games in here, y'all? Now, Anthony, I know you got some history for us. What's up with your gaming history here?
Woo, all right, so yeah, I'm similar to you, sir. So I'm in my 40s, so I'm a OG in this game. Black don't crack, Asian don't raisin. Let's go. So honestly, like, so the very first game I ever beat was Mega Man 2. So
Yes, sir.
So much so.
Okay, Rockman.
You like that? Yeah, on the arm. I lived this life. So Mega Man. I was deep in my bag back then. I remember going to arcades in the late 80s, early 90s, playing Street Fighter 2. Like,
You nice with it. You nice with it. You got the Hadouken.
It was nice. I retired. I retired. You know what I'm saying? But I mean that shaped a lot for me, right? Like I come from the arcade era. Like my nickname is AVK for a reason because we used to go back in the day when you had the high scores.
Yes, sir.
AVK number one.
Sir.
You know what I'm saying? So that was a thing. You know what I'm saying? But at the crib,
dude, I missed that. I missed that when you were able to put in your initials.
Toe Jam Monero was on there.
You
Final
were able
Fight.
to.
You know what I'm saying? And then for my RPG bag, FF6, not FF3, FF6. You know what I'm saying? The Japan version. Or, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I know this stuff. And of course FF7, right? Like that was awesome. But yeah, stuff like that. It shaped sort of why I wanted to be in this space and why it's so important.
Ebonics, now we know you are one of 2 Sims queens inside of the world, and you have traveled the world for Sims. What game brought you here? Before Sims, what was there?
Oh, do you know what? So my dad is actually the gamer that raised me. So I think as the earliest memory I have is of his Sega Genesis like blowing up in smoke because he would really be on that thing all day, every day. And I must have been about 2 or 3, and I think that was when I first saw Grown Man Cry too. So yeah, but I think the earliest games that got me into
Devil
gaming
Man
all
Cry?
day, every day. And I must have been about 2 or 3, and I think that was when I first saw Grown Man Cry too. So yeah, but I think the earliest games that got me into gaming was definitely Sims, but that's 99, 2000, your Crash Bandicoots, your Spyros. My uncle was a game developer as well, so whatever games that he would make, he'd bring back to the family house. So we always had every console. The first Game Boy that I had was like Pokemon Red. And we're talking the green screen, okay? You know what I'm saying? The little burgundy buttons and everything.
Let's go, Pokemon Red.
Show my age. But yeah, honestly, I've always been a big fan of like anything RPG, anything like simulation, where I can just get super creative. But I think The Sims was what also got me my first custom-built PC because my dad was like, yeah, no, you're not putting any more viruses on my thing. Okay, because I was real heavy on the LimeWire and, the area.
These kids don't know about LimeWire. They don't know about it.
The kids don't know. We was in the struggle. We was in the struggle era.
It was tough. It was tough.
With the dial-up connection.
Okay. Okay. Now, obviously.
People know about the struggle. People just don't know how to get around the struggle. Yeah, people don't know about like everyone online is selling VPN sponsorships with their code names, but since everyone hates sponsorship and ad reads so much, nobody gets a VPN, and then nobody downloads torrents because nobody is using a VPN from it. You know what I mean? Even though the majority of the VPNs that people are shilling are really just not that great. Just use Proton VPN. Just use Proton. Just use Proton email, Proton VPN. Just use Proton, right? But yeah. Yeah, use that. It helps so that the your ISP won't like track your shit. If you're torrenting, don't seed, because for the most part, if you're downloading it from a torrent, now don't take me at my word, but I don't know what the statute of limitations is on pirating. I know somebody who's downloaded a lot of torrents. Let me put it that way. And that person, if you seed your torrent, you will get a notification from your ISP. If you do not seed the torrent, you will not get a notification from your ISP. So, like, almost 10 times out of 10. Pretty close. So just don't seed if you don't have to. But if you do have to seed, a lot of times just doing it through a VPN is fine because it's going to mask your public IP. It doesn't like save you from viruses or anything. It doesn't like help secure your shit. The only thing it's going to do is enable you to do illegal shit with one more barrier of them to have to catch you. That's really the majority of what it is. Honestly, that's basically all it is. It's just one more barrier for them to catch you, and they don't. They just don't do it. Because what's going to happen is that a lot of times is that you'll put something and you'll seed it, and then the company itself that like owns that product, like whether it's a TV show or a video game or a CD, like it was back in the day or something, the company that actually made it will find all these, and then they'll be able to find who's seeding it just by downloading it, and they'll be able to get their IPs, and they'll go to their ISP, because you can, if you have their public IP, you can go to their ISP and you can talk to their ISP and be like, hey, these people are downloading our music illegally, so but they're doing it through your service, so we are going to sue you unless you tell them. It's the whole DMCA thing. Just kind of like where the whole thing started. Well, which is where the whole thing started. And so, yeah, that's where those notices came from. And yeah, so there's a bunch of people that pushed it, like, who is it? Who's that really shitty 80s metal band that people still listen to for whatever reason? Metallica. Yeah, Metallica was big into it. They like hated piracy so fucking much. They were like way anti-piracy, and they just like, they actively like sued people and shit. And they were just like trying to steal people's money. They were taking cookies from people. They did not give a flying fuck who you were. They would sue the shit out of you if you like downloaded one of their albums. They literally just did not give a fuck. And I'm like, yeah, you guys suck. I was like, that's what you get for downloading garbage music. I just wish they would have been able to see those comments, because fuck that and fuck them for doing that.
Black representation matters, especially in gaming. How have you found a way to acquire or achieve that representation? We start with you here, Ebonics.
I was like, yeah, absolutely. I agree
Absolutely,
with everything
girl.
you're saying. Yes. God, so I actually taught myself how to 3D model. Like, it's the reason why I was like, I'm even here today. The aspect of wanting to see ourselves as authentically as possible in games for me was the driving force, was the, yeah, if I can do it, why aren't you lot doing it? It's kind of a bit spiteful in a way, because I was like, well, AAA, what's going on? Because I didn't go to uni, I didn't study for this traditionally, but the fact that I've been able to have such an impact worldwide in order to allow us to see ourselves as meaningfully and as authentically as possible, it's, you know, it's a no-brainer. So the workflows and everything, that was probably the biggest struggle when it came to kind of teaching myself, because traditionally, I think the education system is kind of where it starts, where they're not teaching the game developers who are learning how to.
Yeah, the game developers that are coming out of college are fucking robots. They're just they're literal fucking code monkeys. They're not game developers. They're programmers. They're code monkeys. They're not game designers. They're not. They're literally just not. Point blank, they're not. They're just bad. They're just coders. They're just not game developers. And they have no interest in it. They don't care. They just know that it's like a safe. They're like, oh yeah, I'll be a developer because the industry is blowing up, and it'll always be a safe industry because people will always need people to develop stuff, so that they just go into that industry. And it's just happened so much that you get so many developers that hate being a developer, like me, even though I'm not a developer, but I tried developing because I thought I wanted to be a developer, and then I realized quickly after taking classes and doing developing for like 3 years. Yeah. Sophomore, junior high school. After doing it for 3 years, I was like, yeah, fuck this shit. I was like, I fucking hate developing. Development sucks. I'm going to network security. Network security is so much more fun. So I went to, when I was going to college, I went to a private college, and it was specifically for video games. They design video games. That's like what they do. University of Advancing Technology. So, like, you would get a degree in whatever. Like, you would get it in, like, cybersecurity. You would get it in, software engineering, whatever. You would get it in all the things that are, like, that go into game development. But you would work as a class, like the class of 2032 or whatever. You would work as a class to develop a game, and that would be like your final project. Like your student project, like just to graduate and stuff, would be a video game that your class made. So you would work with like the digital arts department, software engineering, the game studio, cybersecurity, the business innovation. Like you would do all this stuff. So you would have knowledge of the entire industry, going from the business side of things to creation, digital, like this. Like it was literally, this college was like literally made for game designers. But they also had the best network security labs in the United States. But they just don't, like, you need to go to like a private school that, or like a private college that targets what you want to do. The thing is, most people just don't know what they want to do because they've never been asked what they want to do, or they've never tried a bunch of things because they don't get the opportunity to, whether it's financial or whether they didn't get to go on enough field trips, whether they didn't there's just so many things. It's like the more things you try, the more things you find out that you don't like, and the more things you find out that you like. Because that's the only way you're going to find out what you truly want to do in life is by doing stuff, by doing something different. That's the only way you're going to find out. If you're like, oh, I love doing this, and it's the first thing you do, and you love doing it, that would be really lucky, but you may love doing something else more, but you don't necessarily have to look for it. You could just really love doing that one thing. That's definitely very possible. But focusing in on one thing would be way more beneficial than just going to college and just getting a degree in whatever. The thing is that going to a college and getting a degree in whatever is really beneficial still because it looks good on a resume, even if it's just a degree in underwater basket weaving. If you had like a 4.0 GPA or a 4.5 GPA, you were doing extracurricular activities. It's like, okay, so they show up on time, they do their fucking work, they do extra activities. That shows me that they do work. Like they're a hard worker. They do a lot of work when they're paying stuff. So imagine what kind of work they're going to do when they're getting paid. But that also means that they most likely know how to learn as well. If they have a 4.5 GPA, either they're like a genius in whatever it was, like in all the classes that they took, and they just are naturally gifted in all those, and they didn't have to study at all. They just like picked up everything immediately, which is still perfectly fine, as long as they can like understand it or whatever. But it's like a lot of those people, it's nice. It's still nice to have those people, but in the tech industry, a lot of times it's like you don't, especially in the gaming industry, you don't need to show that you have a degree. If you've made 3 like shitty mobile games, but they've sold like a bajillion copies, like if you made Angry Birds, like Angry Birds is not complicated to make, right? It's not, it's just not complicated. One person can make that and make that person made a bajillion. I don't know how many people actually coded that. How many people programmed Angry Birds? I want to say it was like the original Angry Birds was primarily programmed by this person. It was a team of 5 or 10 people at the time, but there was a main programmer. Then the game's physics were implemented using some more stuff. But yeah, so it was primarily one developer with a team of 5 to 10 people for advertising, I would assume, and like business shit. So yeah. And that kid made a shit ton of money. Now, if you were in like high school and you made Angry Birds and you made like Vampire Survivors, because I think that was made by one person as well. Then you made a few other games. Like, yeah, they're not like super impressive to look at by any stretch of the imagination, but they're very successful games, you know? And if you can show you're like, hey, yeah, you know, I can program at least to the point to where people really enjoy playing my games. So I know about the player experience. I'm very good with the player experience. People enjoy the stuff that I put out. And that's what, like, people like that. People will want your brain at the very least. If you don't have the coding skills to make like a crazy AAA game using some engine that you've never seen before, like if you don't have those skills yet, it doesn't necessarily mean you won't have those skills, but you can be on the UX team, like the user experience team. You can be on the UI UX team until like you get quote unquote fully up to speed, because a UI UX person is borderline impossible to find, like a good UI UX person. So when was the last time you opened up a new game and you're like, wow, this is a really good user interface? On like every window was perfectly there, and it was like none of it was confusing. Like as a brand new player, you're like, none of it was confusing. Everything was perfectly like everything stood out correctly. Like there was no problems. It's almost never. It's so hard to find a good UI UX person. It's almost impossible.
Do character design and how to make characters, that all of those processes, they aren't instilled in them from the very jump. So when it comes down to them making games and trying to be as representative as possible, they're already at a loss. So it's kind of like extra homework for them to do rather than it being instilled in the core programming that they're learning. So that was the biggest struggle. There weren't any workflows, there weren't any tutorials. So it was about being really creative and finding ways to make, so if you use Blender, you'll know what a curve is. You'll know that a curve is something that you can kind of mold. So that's how I learned how to make braids, and then slapping a texture on it, and just finding really creative ways to make black hair, but make it as authentic and not as janky as we usually see, where it's just a log on the back of the head and the zero hang time braids. So yeah, so it's been a journey.
Speaking about representation inside of this space, it's not just that we as black people don't always get representation. Sometimes we just have to struggle, and sometimes we're not treated.
Hair is always janky in games, but yeah, braids are notoriously bad. Braids are notoriously bad for sure.
The same side of the room. Anthony, I actually want to go to you with the state of the world today. Have you run into any issues, or your team run into any issues at AMD, just when it comes to your representation as a black man in the space?
No, that's a great question. So let me start off by saying, given that, so I have a background in marketing and tech and whatnot, and there's not a lot of us, right? So I graduated in 2005, and I got my MBA in 2015, but there's not a lot of us in that space, period, right? So even it starts with higher education. There's not a lot of us, right? So I have to be myself. I have to code switch, unfortunately, but I have to still be myself and be the representative. There's a lot of times, any of y'all that went to a PWI, you probably have so many classes where I'm the only black person in that class, right? So I started my journey like that. And then when it came into the game, I graduated in 2005, and I got my MBA in 2015, but there's not a lot of us in that space, period, right? So even it starts with higher education. There's not a lot of us, right? So I have to be myself. I have to code switch, unfortunately, but even it starts with higher education. There's not a lot of us, right? So I have to be myself. I have to code switch, unfortunately, but
I have to code switch. Okay. So I don't I honestly don't really know what that means. Honestly. I know what it means in theory. In my head. In my head, it sounds like he has to pretend to be white. That's what it sounds like he's saying, right? That's what it sounds like he's saying. It sounds like that he had to pretend that he was white. But I'm sitting here and I'm like, everyone that works in a professional environment has to code switch. Unless they're always professional all the time. Or always in that super whatever upper class mindset. If you're in front of the media all the time, you always have to be really nice and cordial and kind. You can't blow up on anybody. You can't curse anybody out. You can't say any swear words at all. You can't you can't and this is hard for me. I have to code switch fucking hardcore at my job. I guess if you want to put it that way. If I actually go to an office, you have to wear long sleeve shirts. Luckily, they've loosened up on it, but you have to wear long sleeve shirts to cover up any visible tattoos. And since I have tattoos everywhere here, I have to do that. And I live in a fucking desert, so if it's 120 degrees outside, I'm in a fucking goddamn long sleeve shirt. But luckily there's air conditioning inside. The thing is, most people are wearing shirts, so the AC isn't on as cool as I would like. But yeah, they don't really enforce the don't show visible tattoos thing that much anymore. Especially in tech, because you're not customer facing. It's really only when you're customer facing. So if you're in marketing, this guy's in marketing. He has He has a tattoo here, tattoos here, tattoos here. Like this guy would be a quote unquote bad marketing choice in a normal business setting, because most of the time what you're doing is you are putting yourself near old white people with a lot of money, and old people in general, not even necessarily old white people, but old people in general don't like tattoos. They think it's like a symbol of degeneracy and like, gross, or, and it's the same with piercings. Like you can't have piercings and stuff like that. So like having gauges, you can't do that. You can't have like a nose piercing. You just like, you can't have any of that shit, right? They don't, it's just, none of that stuff, anything visible anyway. And if you do, you have to take it out. And then people with the gauges, they have to like take it out, and then they have to put a giant like Band-Aid or like whatever, a fucking giant white thing to cover it. And I'm like, that just makes it stand out more, and it looks way grosser, and it's so stupid. And it's obvious as to what it is, but I digress. But yeah, like the old white rich people, just, they don't like body modification in general. So if you go into an office and you have shorts on and a short sleeve shirt, and you're like being hella casual, you have tattoos all over the place, you have piercings all over the place, you're like, hey, what up? What's going on? Like kind of like it's a stream. Something happens, I'm like, oh, what the fuck was that? You know, if something was on the ground, I'm like, oh, what the fuck was that? And I'm saying that like in their office when I'm trying to sell them like some multi-million-dollar, like, I mean, he works at AMD, right? So if I'm trying to pitch, he's AMD marketing. If I'm trying to pitch a $20 billion deal, I'm like, yeah, you're gonna be code switching. Everybody is. Literally everybody is. And like, when you go to Japan, you're not supposed to have visible tattoos. You're supposed to cover them up. So like I'd have to wear a long sleeve shirt there, like essentially the whole time. From what I hear, anyway. I don't know if that's like super true or anything, or if it's only in certain regions or certain areas. I don't know. So it's also different in like different parts of the world of how they view certain things. It's fucking weird. Dude, that code switching thing just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, there's obvious reasons to have representation from, like, different races and stuff, or at least testing. Like, with the whole, like, there was a huge problem for the longest time that nobody knew about with the sensors, the sync sensors, how it borderline only worked for white people. Or only worked for light-skinned people. It didn't work for black people at all. It's because they didn't have any black people that worked there. So when they were doing all the tests and stuff, they didn't test it with a single black person because there was no black people that worked there. And yeah, and that kind of fucked the company. They had to fix the whole thing. I don't remember what company it was, so don't ask. But yeah, there was a big thing like that. So like, I get the importance of certain things for sure, and they should definitely be represented. Like, I don't see a reason why not. Like, there's tons of really cool characters in a lot of different games. Of all, like, races, shapes, and character types. Like, I mean, there's like foxes, there's like pigs, there's vampires, there's zombies. Like, I don't know. There's like, I don't know. There's all sorts of fucked up, weird shit all over the place. I don't know. There's characters everywhere. But if you're doing like a sim thing to where you want to take a break from your own life and you want to play The Sims, where you want representation in The Sims, but have it be closer to your own life. So you want to obviously still be like black in The Sims as you are in real life. That makes sense. I'm surprised The Sims weren't doing that already, but yeah, I don't know. The whole thing's just kind of weird.
I have to still be myself and be that representative. Like, there's a lot of times, I mean, any of y'all that went to a PWI, like, you probably have so many classes where, like, I'm the only black person in that class, right? So I started my journey like that. And then when it came into the gaming space itself, like, it's still, like, I'm the only guy there, me or another person, right? So, yeah, I mean, I will say it's getting better, but we're still not there yet. So we still face challenges. Like, my team personally, like, I'm the only black person. Like, in the entire marketing organization, I think there's about 3 or 4, right? So in North America, I'm going to speak for North America. I can't speak globally, but for North America. And so, yeah, it's a challenge. But I will say AMD is very forward-facing. So they...
North America or the United States? Wait, also, AMD isn't... Is AMD a United States company? Vanguard, BlackRock. Okay. Largest stock. Okay, so they're the biggest VCers. But they make all their chips in other countries.
Put me in spaces to thrive, right? So it's not so much that, hey...
I don't know how they advertise in other countries, though.
Put ABK here because he's black. Like, they don't do that.
But also, they make the cheapest and better... Like, their cheapest chips are really good performing for the price.
They say, put ABK here because he knows what he's doing, he knows what he's talking about, and oh, by the way, he's black, right? So that's why I love where I'm at. Hopefully in the next 5 years, we'll continue to grow that space, but yeah, it's still a challenge.
Love that. Now, Brandon, for you, I want to ask, when you're creating a game, what are some parts of black culture that you're trying to capture inside of that game?
So with us, because we're creating a universe built around Afro-descendant people, we get to put everything. So to give you an example, our music is, we look at all the music forms that black people around the world have created. And so like each of the locations you go to will actually have, the music will change based on a music form that we've done. If you've seen anything we've done online, we have our hair, like right now, our team is made up of 18 people across 5 different countries. So when we talk about being able to bring our culture together, I get to talk to Ghanaians, Nigerians, Malayans, Jamaicans, African Americans, and say, what is it about your culture that you would like to see? And so when our artists are creating stuff, they're pulling from their own culture.
Okay, what is the United States culture? Please fucking tell me. I want one person to tell me what the United States of America culture is. What is my culture? What the fuck is my culture? I have no idea. See, I thought I was part of a melting pot to where I could go into a soul food place and be part of their culture and experience their like culture or whatever. Or I could go to an Indian restaurant, get some curry, and experience part of their culture or their like home culture. Go to a Japanese place, get some sushi, experience part of their culture. But it's like, but that's like their home culture. I guess technically I'm like everything white, so I could go to a German place, a French place, a Swedish place, an Italian place. Like I go to any of those places, and all of those places are my culture, even though I don't identify as any of those things. Like I can't, like even if I'm like 50% Italian, I can't go to Italy and just be like, oh yeah, I'm 50% Italian. They're going to look at me and they're going to be like, the fuck are you talking about? You're not fucking Italian. Like, I'm American. I'm United States of American. I'm fucking American. I'm proud to be an American. We have all these other different people that have came to contribute to a USA culture that is just like a melting pot of everything. I can taste little bits of every culture. And everyone else can do the same thing. If you choose to stay within your own culture because you decide to do that, then I feel like that's just a choice. Or of what you think is your culture. Or I guess it is. I guess it is their culture, their home culture. I guess, but I get that. I guess that makes me cultureless. That means I have no home culture. Because I don't fucking know. I don't know how to identify myself as far as culture. I really don't. I want to know what the fuck this guy's talking about.
And so we don't have to try to create us because it's us making it. And so by us just allowing ourselves to explore what the future in sci-fi can look like from our perspective, it automatically just brings our culture. You automatically see it when you see it, when you play it, when you hear it. All the way down to the accents of the voice actors. Because I always ask, why is it in sci-fi you only hear a British or Scottish or English accent? Where are the Jamaican accents? Where are the Ghanaian accents? The Geechee accents? So for us, everybody in the game looks like you or I. So that means I can just go pull any one of us and say, hey, for this planet, we're going to use your style of talk, the way that you speak. You don't have to code switch because this is you.
They're dialect coaches. They're literal dialect coaches. There's a... Oh my god. I'm gonna go fucking crazy. I'm gonna go fucking crazy. You work for a studio? They're voice actors. If they can't do a different accent or a different, like, anything, like, anybody from, like, if you're a professional voice actor and you're from, like, Louisiana and you can't do an accent from Atlanta. I'm using those examples because he keeps bringing up his culture and black people specifically, okay? So I'm like, if you're from like Louisiana or New Orleans or something, you should be able to do something from Atlanta. You should be able to do something from New York at least. How many dialects are there in New York? Like 30 alone, probably. There's like 4 different ones in Atlanta. Like, there's a couple in Houston alone, I think. It's like, yeah, it's nice that you're hiring, just black people, sure, whatever. But I mean, a voice actor can do different dialects. That's why you have dialect coaches. That's why they exist. If you're going for a professional voice actor and they don't know how to do another dialect outside of their own voice, they're not a voice actor. I'm sorry. They're just not. And this guy's saying, you don't have to pretend to be anyone else. You're just you. Like that's not voice acting. It's not acting. That's not what that is.
And so that's how we make those decisions in terms of what you see in the game. It just flows from us because it is us.
Can I just say, if you're ready for a man's not hot region, yeah, we can link up. We can link up.
I got you.
Yes.
So let's actually go to you here, Ebonics. You know, games are an important part of the culture, and as Crandon said, we have to grab all parts of the community. The black community is not a
Maybe
monolith.
I'm totally
How
wrong.
has The Sims helped shape the game industry with its continuous inclusion?
Okay, no, I know I'm not totally wrong. Because white people do it. And Japanese people do it. White people do it for anime, and Japanese people do it for anime. I know that 100%. And I'm 99.999% sure that Japanese people do it for, that black people do it for anime too. They do different dialects. Or different accents. Based on the character. Of whatever matches the character. And they go to dialect coaches.
I think it's by definitely they've been acknowledging the fact that blackness isn't a monolith,
Okay.
especially in conversations like with myself and also being like reminding them
It's
like
definitely
hey, you're
not
working
a
with me, but
monolith.
let's remember that my black experience
The
is not going to be the
percentage-
same as a black American experience, as a black African experience, as a black Caribbean experience, as a black British youth, like women's experience. Like all of my experiences cannot feed into
The
what you
percentage of black people in America compared to the percentage
you're getting a wealth of knowledge,
of,
a wealth
like,
of experience, a wealth of
other
nuances. Because it's definitely the nuances that really can
races
help
is
shape
just
the experience that you're trying
a
to target
small
when it comes to game
percent.
development. Because I mean, everyone. And
So
I said,
per
even me, I want a
capita,
pack in the game that's black.
you're just
Yes,
gonna
ma'am.
have
But how black can you get without accepting that you need to also highlight the different blackness that is around the world who want to be
a
seen?
little bit.
So how do you do it correctly, ensuring that you're giving
different
everyone
amount of blackness. Dude, how many different quote unquote dialects of Ebonics or whatever are there in just the United States alone? I don't even know if I could tell you. I honestly don't even know if I could tell you. There's got to be 10 at least, maybe 20. I don't even fucking know. There's so fucking many.
black, their black experience without it just being a black American experience, without it just being a black African experience or a black British experience. So I'm with them. I'm with everyone on I want a black Sims pack. But I want it done right to where everyone who's black and who goes to experience that pack can find themselves and see themselves within that without it feeling tokenistic. And you can still find those nuances in there that you can relate to, like, authentically.
I agree. 100%.
Is there a furry Sims pack as well?
That was very, very well said. You know, Brandon, I want to go back to you. A lot of times people tell us, well, if we want something, we have to build it ourselves. What advice do you have for someone who's trying to start their own game studio and possibly build what they want to see in the world?
That's
Well, that is
so hard.
exactly what you have to do. So when I started
yeah.
this journey, I knew that this game would not exist. I've been playing games for 30-something odd years, and nobody had ever created a game on the mainstream that allowed me to play in a world that was filled with people that look like myself. And so, should I wait for somebody to give me that opportunity? Should I wait?
Filled with people that look like you? Yo, what up, Butter Knives? How's it going, baby? I was trying to think. I don't know if there's a single game I've ever played where it's filled with people that are like me. Either. I get where he's coming from, though. I'm being pretty pedantic about it now. Milk inside a bag of a milk inside of a bag of a milk. I try to think. Well, yeah, because like every game it will have like, it'll either have like a monster in it, or it'll have like a woman in it, or it will have somebody of a different race in it, or it'll have somebody with a different accent in it, or like I don't know. I don't know the last game that I played that was only filled with people like me. But then again, I don't think I ever looked for that. The game I played the most out of any game ever was Counter-Strike. And that was not filled with a game of people like me. Unless you're saying just white people. But like, I'm not a terrorist. I'm not a counter-terrorist either, but I'm not a terrorist. I'm not going to identify with a terrorist. So I'm not going to say that the game is fucking filled with people like me. Even though they're all guys, and I think maybe they're all white. Maybe. But I think some of them have masks on. I don't even know. But either way, like, it never had... Well, even... Let's see, in Portal, you were a girl. Let's see, I played Team Fortress 2. There was a big fat guy in there. I guess I'm a big fat guy. There was a small, skinny guy that ran really fast. I don't know. You think Japan dominated the gaming market and made most of its games about light-skinned people? Well, there's legitimate criticisms about other things. I kind of touched on it a little bit, but like, you know, the sinks that are automatic, when you like put your hand underneath it and stuff, like there was no black people that worked for that company when they were doing testing and stuff. And so it just like didn't work for black people at all. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there's obviously reasons to have diversity in a company. You may just not know it until it's too late. So it's hard to say, but that's almost like a company to company basis type of thing. But you shouldn't be hiring people based on that. You should be hiring people based on like their abilities or their accolades. Possibly their potential, depending on what position it is. Or if they mesh really well with the team. That's a big thing. Because then you don't have to, kind of like what this guy said, you don't have to, quote unquote, code switch as frequently. Or as hard, or as much. Because him as like an AMD marketing person, going on a panel and saying that he can't be himself and he has to code switch publicly is gonna get eyes on the rest of his marketing team staff. Because now, like, a lot of his marketing people, a lot of the people he works with are going to be like, have you been fake with me this entire time you've worked with me? Like, do you not actually like working with me? Like, what's going on? prefer unique story over diversity. I care about gameplay. I don't really care about anything else. I feel like cookie cutting diversity into gaming just makes it more boring. Which Overwatch ran into. Overwatch ran into the promising something and then not delivering it. I think that was their biggest thing. I mean, I mained Mei in Overwatch when I was playing. And she's like a chubbier female, which is not what I would identify with personally. But I really liked playing Mei. Yeah. When I played League of Legends a lot, I played Anivia, which is a frost flying bird thing, which I don't identify with. I played LeBlanc, who was a white female that I don't identify as. And I played Zillion, who's a really old white guy that I wouldn't identify myself at. Maybe now. I'm an old white guy. I'm 39. I'm not 40 yet. And even then, that's not old. I'd have to be like 80. I'd have to be like double my age. And then I could identify myself as Zillion, I guess. And then I memed around as Shaco for a bit in the jungle. He's really fun. I have no idea what he is. He's just a fucking clown. So I guess I identify as him. It's a clown and a troll. I try to think. What did they promise, in your opinion? Well, they promised PvE in Overwatch 2. And then when Overwatch 2 came out, they said, hey, we're not doing PvE, and we have no plans on doing PvE. And then the people who made Overwatch that came from World of Warcraft and Hearthstone and stuff, like the good employees, the actual legitimate good employees, the idea makers, the people who kept the company together, the people who had the fans, the true Blizzard fans, like still have hope in Blizzard. They quit because of the fact that they said that they weren't going to do PvE. And I thought that was a really, really bad decision, because they said they were going to do PvE, and then they announced that they weren't going to do PvE, like, or I don't even know, like the day of, or like the week before. They're like, oh yeah, PvE isn't going to be available. And then they're like, we're never going to do PvE at all, ever. And it's like, that's a big switch. Mario was your favorite character in Overwatch, but you played all of them. You see the decline in the first stories as it went further into hitting all of the PC bases. And if you watch the intro vid, Sebastian, versus the one from May. Well, were they both out in season 1? Bastion and May? No? Oh. Really? Oh, and then May was... Oh, okay. And then May was after. The season's way later? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care about the character's story, because the character's story doesn't affect the gameplay at all. It's not a story-driven game. It could have been a story-driven game, if they put in the PvE mode, they could have made something out of it. But like Riot Games, they added in a lot of PvE stuff. They made a TV show out of it, and they're making an MMO. And then they announced that they scrapped the MMO that they made because they said it seemed too cookie cutter and that nobody wants to play the same MMO that has been around forever. And it just has like Riot characters in it. So they're redoing it. But they actually went out of their way to take something that is strictly a PvP game, but allowed for a lot of story to be in the game, and they continued to push story. But yeah, Overwatch might have tried to copy that, and they just did it terribly. I don't know.
For someone to create that game, or should I just get up and teach myself how to make games? Much like Ebonics, I didn't go to school for this. I watched YouTube, watched tutorials, and started working on the game. And then as I got better over the years, I've been working on this game since 2017. Up until last year, I was a solo dev. So you just have to do it. Because I always tell people, I always tell young guys, because last year, I did a panel talk last year, talked to 2 young guys, they're our interns this year, because they saw this and said, hey, I want to get into space, but I don't know how. You get into space by doing. You don't get better at making games by not making games. You get better at making games by making games. So don't let the business side stop you. Because I worked on the game for 6 years before I started the business. Because I knew, looking like I do, I'm not going to get to walk in the door and just have an idea. I have to have something to show in order for me to be able to get somebody to listen. So when you hear, and I hear the old head say, you got to work 2 times as hard. That ain't a lie. I've been in these spaces. Much like Anthony said, I am the only black developer when I walk into these rooms and I'm meeting with publishers. Yeah. I have yet to meet with a black publisher. So there's the marketing people who decide what games come out. They don't look like me. So I have to convince them that they can take this chance on an indie studio that has a bunch of people who have never shipped a game before. So if I'm going to see this done, then I'm going to have to put my money up. I'm going to have to do the work.
Have you talked with any other indie studios? I mean, there's so many solo devs. There's so many. But 6 years? 6 years? What game are you making?
And then I'm going to have to bring it out myself, or at least to get the game to a point where it is undeniable, where now you're like, you know what, I got to make some money off this because I can see it's going to make money.
It's all about it sometimes. Now, Anthony, Crandon touched on a really important point. Obviously, it's important to have the background inside of gaming and work at some of these companies to get that knowledge. But
that's how long Pirate Software has been working on his game that is still riddled with bugs. Where he said it was essentially ready to ship and almost done.
What are some of the challenges you run into when you work for a large company?
So I mean, one of the biggest challenges is typically in a large corporation, you're a number, right?
Wait, hold on.
Obviously, it's important to have the background inside of gaming and work at some of these companies to get that knowledge. But
because I can see it's going to make money.
It's all about it sometimes. Now, Anthony, Crandon touched on a really important point. Obviously, it's important to have the background inside of gaming and work at some of these companies to get that knowledge. But what are some of the challenges you run into when you work for a large company?
So I mean, one of the biggest challenges is typically in a large corporation, you're a number, right? So you're, it doesn't matter how educated you are, it doesn't matter what you look like, you're a number. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and I think recently we've seen that impact on the tech industry where you see layoffs, right? So like Google laid off folks, Facebook Meta laid off folks.
Yeah, because they're fucking code monkeys. People don't care about their job. They have no passion on what they're doing. They're just doing shit. All they're doing is they're like, oh, I heard computer engineering makes a lot of money and it's going to be safe forever. So I'm going to get a computer degree and I'm going to go work for Google or Facebook or Place. And then they get a job and then they just like don't really code anything. And then Elon Musk buys Twitter, or says he's going to buy Twitter, and then doesn't, but it like fucks the stock up, so he gets sued by Twitter, which essentially forces him to buy Twitter. And then he fires 70% of the staff. He's left with 30%. And Twitter is doing what it's doing still, with 30% of its staff. Now, granted, a lot of people say Twitter is in a way worse spot than it was before. And I will say Twitter is in a worse spot than it was before, but it's not in a 70% worse spot than it was before. It is not even fucking close to a 70% worse spot than it was before. Like, not even fucking close to a 70% worse spot than it was before. Yeah. 6 years is how long it's going to take the BAZAAR to work flawlessly. No game is ever going to work flawlessly when you're, especially when you're updating it consistently. There's always going to be some type of technical debt and triage and stuff. I also have no idea how many people are actually developing the BAZAAR. I have no idea what their team looks like. But yeah, I heard the last update was pretty good. I fixed a lot of the bugs. Did it fix the game breaking bugs? People that work for Musk. People that worked for Musk under PayPal. Oh, before he sold it? You treat them like shit. Give them no room to fix problems. Yeah, he probably just didn't care about the tech debt. A lot of people who saw the problems to speak up, he would just fire them. Thought working longer hours was better than admitting the management was wrong. That would be surprising to me, honestly. He's smart, but he's the terrible leader. I don't even know. Sometimes I think he's a fucking idiot. He's like the smartest dumb guy I've ever seen. I think that's the best way I could put it. I think he's the smartest dumb guy I've ever seen. So people have great ideas but can't lead. Yeah. But if you have a great idea, make it really successful, and then sell it, that means you're not necessarily a great leader, but you could be a good enough of a leader to then realize that you're not a great leader and sell their product, right? Because he did sell PayPal, right? Or did it get taken from him? Because wasn't he a partner in PayPal with somebody? Did it get taken? I don't remember now. I don't even remember. But yeah. It's just, there's just a lot of things. But yeah, it still goes back to my original point, is that Twitter is not 70% worse than it was, and he fired 70% of the staff. I was very surprised. And Twitter was bloated? Yeah, but I'm saying every single tech company is bloated. Is bloated bad? When they're not fixing the technical debt that they have, yes. When nothing is getting done, yes. When no new features are getting added, yes. Because when it's bloated, that means there's more managers, which means there's more middle management, which means there's more steps on the ladder to get to where something needs to be in order for a new product to be approved, typically. And things of that nature. Which is why Twitch has had such a huge fucking problem. I mean, the guy who made the Twitch clip system, he did it in his spare time, and he got fired. But the person that made Twitch clips did it by himself. It was one person. And he did it forever ago. And they did nothing with it. They did nothing with the clips. Like, and the guy that did the clip system did it like before Vine was out. The clip still messed up. Yeah, but they fired the guy that made the clip system, and he did it by himself. And it was like, what, 10 years ago? More than that? 12, 13 years ago? It's like 2012, 2013, something like that. If they actually worked on it, like, Twitch clips could have been American TikTok. They have... The CEO went on stage and openly admitted that they have not updated their mobile platform in 7 years. And that's 30% of their income. I mean... To be fair, that's also not blow. And the person that made Twitch Prime, he also got fired. Or forced out, rather. But he was the VP of Amazon, to be fair. They banned some streamers for minor issues and then throw a pass to Amaranth. Yeah, but the ad revenue and shit is going downhill hard on Twitch.
Intel laid off folks. You know, it's like you see these big layoffs where it's like 10,000, 5,000, 100, 1,000. It doesn't matter. Even game devs, right? Like there's game devs closing their doors. But these are husbands, these are wives, these are, you know, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters. That's their livelihood, right? And they, you know, lose their job or whatnot. So in terms of one of the biggest challenges, again, it's like you have to show your worth every day. And
yes, of course you have to show your worth every day. If you go to work and the only thing that you do is you do what somebody assigns you to do, and then you do fucking nothing all day after that, then yes, you are going to be the first person I want to lay off. Because you're showing no initiative, you're showing zero interest in learning more, you're showing zero interest in the game. The only thing you're doing is showing that you want a job to provide for your family. And that's fine. That's fine if that's what you want to do, but fuck you, because I want my game to be perfect. I want my game to be awesome. And so what I want is I want somebody who actively wants to learn, because then, in those cases, I'm going to be like, hey, you actually want to learn? That's a job, not a career or a passion. Yeah. But they say it's a career. Just because you get a salary doesn't mean it's a career. Yeah. Just because you finish college doesn't mean it's a career. It's fucking stupid. But people treat it that way. What time is it? Oh, it's med check time. Med check time. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Clangety, clangety. Companies wanted invested people so they could be compensated, so they should be compensated accordingly. Yeah. People don't ask for raises because people are fucking stupid. I don't know why. People are like, oh, I get a raise every year. And then that's because that's like standard in business practices. It's like just the standard, right? But they don't realize that you can get a raise every 6 months if you wanted to. You just have to ask. And you have to prove your worth. But if you don't prove your worth, then they're not going to give you a raise. And so what you got to do is you got to meet with your manager and you got to say, hey, how am I doing in my job performance? What can I do to make, or like, you just ask the normal questions that would get you more money. Like, you're like, hey, can I take on a new project? Or, hey, there's a project I want to do. Or, hey, I think this can be really good for the game. I can do it. I have a little bit of extra time. I can come up with like a theory of it, put it in a sandbox environment and show it to you, and see if you like it or not. But it shows initiative, right? I'm going to refill my drink here in a second. Hold on. But if they actually like it, it's like you just set a meeting with your boss every like 6 months. And then you have like an email thread afterwards, and you just say, hey, here's what we went over in the meeting. Is there anything else that that I didn't include in here, or anything else you need to add? And just make sure you BCC your like personal email. And then when your boss replies to you, you download the email and forward the email to your personal email. You do that because if you can prove your worth, and you can say, hey, I can do this project in X amount of time. And then on your next meeting, you're like, hey, this is what I did. I did it in this amount of time. Even though I was supposed to do it in 6 months, it took me 3 months. I didn't know the project to do. I had way more of this drink than I thought I did. Sorry, hold on. Getting like brain freeze because it's so cold. Ugh. We were like, hey, I did this project, and this project. I didn't know the project. Is there anything else? Is there anything you have in mind? And then, because if you can't think of anything, and then they can't think of anything, but either way, like every 6 months, they're like, hey, yeah, I did this extra thing, and then you ask them what more they want from you as an employee, or what you can improve on, and then that's also the next 6 months is when you bring up, last 6 months you said I could work on this, and this, and I improved it by doing this, and this. Dude, was this thing still like halfway full? What the fuck? But yeah, you show that you worked on what they said that you could improve on. And you show that you did a project that like wasn't on the normal list or something. Once you do that, and like you're setting the meetings every 6 months, not your manager, you can get a raise every 6 months really easily. Like really easily. Managers love that shit. If you go to a manager and you're like, hey, I need something to do. Give me something to do. Or especially if you say something like, hey, I noticed that this is like this, but it's broken. It should be like this. I have extra time. I have like 30 minutes at the end of my day that I almost never have anything to do. I think I can fix it with my spare time. Is this a project I can take on? And if it's like tech debt or some like little thing here and there, or if it's like a list of projects that you think you can get done in that amount of time, dude, they'll like love you for that shit. And you'll get compensated for it. Because nobody does it. And the vice president of Amazon, said that 70% of people never ask for a raise, and of the people who do ask for a raise, 70% of the people get it. So, sorry, 70% of people never ask for a raise. So 30% of people actually ask for raises. And of the 30% of the 30% of the people who ask for a raise, 70% of the people actually get the raise. So just let that fucking sink in. You have 28 people under you, and you have to defend all of them against HR because your job is to fire them for stupid shit like 2 minutes late. Somewhere this year, you saved our company like $58,000 just improving SOPs. Yeah. Your last company found 180 of waste per year. Yeah. That's a lot like what I do. Except HR, it's weird that HR would be that gung-ho about firing people. Usually HR doesn't like firing people because it's a lot of extra work for them, number one. And it's a lot of extra work. Because they have to do a copious amount of paperwork, and they have to talk with the government. Because if the person files for unemployment, it's a pain in the fucking ass for them too. It's like, it's better to make their life hell and make the person quit than it is to fire them. You live in Florida, if there's a just cause? Yeah. They could fire without any reason? Yeah. It doesn't matter. There's still like a shit ton of paperwork you have to do. There's still legal things. There's still reasons you can't fire people. It's quote unquote any reason, but there are still reasons you cannot fire people. I mean, you can, but you'll get sued for it. But yeah. But yeah, the right to work states, Arizona's the same way. So yeah. But you still have to do a lot of paperwork. If the company gets sued, you'll go into court and back them up. You'll back up the company, or you back up the person. Sometimes the person. Yeah, sometimes the companies will have like an NDA that will say that you're not allowed to talk about anything internally with anybody externally. So you would have to like they would have to subpoena you. You couldn't like I don't think you could volunteer to be on the stand. I think they would have to subpoena you. So I think you could talk with the person and be like, "Hey, you need to tell your lawyer to subpoena me." And have them put me on the stand. Or enforce them to put me on the stand or something like that. But you can't like just volunteer. I think. Current HR was promoted from temp agency. The only HR they know is firing temps. Yeah, that happens. They don't. Well, have they gone through the process of actually firing someone yet? Yeah. And she was fine with all the paperwork? It's possible that she wants to fire people just so that she doesn't get fired, so it looks like she's still doing work. That is possible. The president of the company said this needs to end. They just fire her then. The fuck? It took you like a 30-page documentation to get HR to fire someone who's clearly not performing, most likely working 2 jobs, hiring a new person. Yeah, as an impact, cost, productivity on HR. It's not even just productivity on HR. It's HR, the managers, and depending on what kind of company it is, it's also the team. Because like for us, we have multiple interviews. We have like an initial interview. We have like a skills interview, which might be all wrapped into one. Do we have whole day interviews now? I actually don't even remember now. It's been so long since we've done like an engineer. But we'll do like an initial interview, and then we'll do a skills interview, and then we'll have like a vibe check interview, essentially. So like everyone on the team will go out to lunch with the person and stuff like that to make sure that everyone just like gets along, basically. And so everyone at work, like, and everyone on the team is like super cool with each other. Because I don't know if there's anyone at the company that even like dislikes each other. To be honest. But like our hiring process is pretty rigorous. We also have like only talented people that work for our company. Like really talented people. I've looked at their code and I'm like, what? Usually I can read code and I'm like, I can understand for the most part, like what it's trying to do. But then when a lot of times when I read their code, I'm like, oh, okay, what am I looking at here? Oh shit. Fuck me. What is this? Fuck me, dude. But it's not like it's wall of text, like copy paste. It's not like shit slop code. It's like well written code, and I don't even know. Look, what the fuck is this? like it got to the point where we were doing, because we're all serverless now, and so like Amazon came to us and wanted to put our company on their website. They wanted to advertise our company on their website for how we were implementing all the serverless technology that they use. And we're like, I still don't know why we said no to that. I still have no idea why. I have literally no idea. I never really asked about it. I should ask about that. I'll have to message my boss later. You agree to join this company. It's also an agree to be let go without reason. Yeah, paperwork is minimal for her to fire anyone. You still have to do like an exit interview. You still have to take care of all of their benefits. Like you have to you still have to do all their benefit stuff. You still have to report it to the government. You have to pay out their vacation and get them their last check as well. I mean, it's not like, I guess it's not a fuck ton of paperwork. But yeah, there's federal and state stuff that there's a lot of paperwork that you have to do, but I guess if you worked at a temp agency and you've done it a million times, it's probably pretty quick for you to do it. So, yeah. You've probably just done it a bajillion times, so it's just like whatever. It probably doesn't take, it probably just doesn't take that long for you if you've done it so many times. The only thing that might be different, I don't know how temp agencies work, actually. Some states require good cause. Yeah, but they're talking about Florida, and I was talking about Arizona, where they're right to work states. Some of them require like a cause of somewhat sort. Like right to work doesn't just mean for any reason. Again, but like if somebody is late to work, like 5 minutes every single day for 5 years or whatever, at what point are you like, hey, why can you not just be here on time? Like, it's 5 minutes. And then that person can just come back and be like, dude, it's just 5 minutes. I'm still doing my work. But at what point in time do you just fire that person and be like, dude, you're scheduled from this time to this time. You signed a contract saying this time to this time. You're not adhering to your contract, your contractual obligations. So if you're late one more time, I'm going to fire you. And then the person shows up 2 minutes late instead of 5 minutes late. And so you fire them. Like, sure. Yeah, it's a bit petty, but sure. But do they stay 5 minutes late? It doesn't matter. If you sign a contract saying you're supposed to be there at a specific time, then you're supposed to be there at a specific time. But it depends on the job. Usually it's salaried. If it's salaried, then it's like a suggestion. I mean, a lot of it depends on the company. It depends on how big the company is. It depends on what team you're on. It depends if the manager and the other workers care. Like, if you have a meeting that starts like 10 minutes after 8 a.m., right? And you get there at 8:05 every day. It's like you have 5 minutes to get ready for that meeting. So you have to like get out your laptop and like be ready for that meeting. So you're like, and be in, like, you have to get your laptop out, get set up, or whatever, get your shit ready to go, and then go to the meeting room and be there in 5 minutes and not be late for that meeting. You know what I mean? Although usually it's like 15 minutes afterwards, but still. And big companies have too many meetings. Way too many meetings. They should fire people for scheduling meetings. Like, working together is one thing, but meetings are like a waste of time. Like 99% of the time. But if I get like a meeting request for something, and it's like, or if there's like daily, they're like, oh, we're going to do daily stand-ups, and we're going to go over every single ticket that we have in our queue, and we're going to see who's working on it and where it's at. And it's going to be like an hour and a half long meeting every single day. But it's not going to be like at the start of the day. It's going to be like, you know, it's not going to be at 8:15 a.m. if everyone starts at 8. It's going to be at like 10 o'clock. That's fucking insane. Any company that would do that, like if everyone's supposed to be there at 8, doing it at 8:15 is better because people are like just getting there. But if you're doing it in like the middle of the day, that means anybody who's like already in the groove and doing their work, you just straight up threw off their groove. You threw off my groove. And they're no longer an emperor. And then they have to go to this fucking stand-up where they have to listen to like fucking 50 problems that they have absolutely nothing to deal with. It's all like 25 other people because you're in the groove working on like your 2 tickets or your 2 problems that you're working on, maybe 1 at the time, depending on how big it is. And then when it comes to your ticket, you're like, well, I was diligently working on it and I was in the groove and I forgot where I'm at right now in it because I didn't get a chance to make notes yet because I was in the middle of fixing it. It's like, but they do stuff from like the previous, and I was just like, holy shit. If you're going to do a stand-up, you have to do it at the beginning of the day. But if you're doing stand-up every single day, fucking me. Like, holy shit. I'm like, if you have a question, just message me. I'm on call 24/7. Just message me. You just do stand up in Slack most days. Just drop it in Slack. Yeah, everyone works remotely here, so everyone just like has but everyone's still like, I mean, you're still on the microphone. You still have your, I mean, we all have like, you know, MacBooks and stuff, so the camera's on and stuff. But you're still taking time out of your day. It's still interrupting your workflow. And then you have to stop what you're doing. And if you're in the groove, that fucking sucks. And then you have an hour-long meeting or a half-hour-long meeting that the majority of it probably doesn't even pertain to you, and you don't give a fuck about it because it doesn't pertain to you, because you don't so you don't give a fuck about it, and it means absolutely nothing. So you just like wander and your mind goes blank, and then after it you go back to your station and you have to remember everything that you just did before the meeting, and then you have to remember where you left off, and then you have to try to get back into the groove of things again, and it does take time. So if it's a 30-minute meeting, it turns into like an hour and a half long problem, and the dev just wasted an hour, like a half hour or an hour of like either writing notes before the meeting so they remember what they were doing before the meeting and where they left off and where they need to go ahead of time. So it's like, okay, I left off here, I did this, and this. I need to start here, and here. So it's like they either need to make a lot of notes before the meeting starts so that they have everything, which wastes a lot of time because they're making unnecessary notes. They're not making notes that actually are pertinent to the case. It's notes pertinent to where they were. It's not like, oh, hey, I'm off for the day. Let me make notes real quick. Or I'm not going to finish this, so let me make notes real quick so that tomorrow morning I know where to pick up where I left off. It's not that. It's such a waste of fucking time. Such a waste of fucking time. But that's how tech debt is built up. That's how you build up technical debt. Is these useless fucking meetings. And so you're like, okay, now we have so many problems with this application or with this game. There's all these problems. None of them are getting solved. We need to hire more devs. So they hire more devs, and it doesn't do anything. It barely does anything, because the only thing you're doing is you're adding more teams and more managers, and everyone is still doing fucking stand-up meetings all the fucking time. And then those goddamn stand-up meetings are fucking up every other developer. And again, these developers, the majority of the time, are goddamn code monkeys. They're not even actual developers. If you like ask them what their favorite programming language is, they're going to be like, oh, it's like C#, Java, base, .NET. Visual Pro Basic. They're like, or they're sitting there and they're like, what's your favorite programming language? GitHub. Like, what? That was the most ridiculous answer I've ever heard. I actually heard that in an interview. I just left. I just left the interview. They were like, oh yeah, do you have it? Foxborough? Hell yeah. That was the first database stuff I worked in. That was the first time I forgot to put a star, or I forgot to put a from statement in a delete, or I forgot to put a from clause in a delete statement. There you go. So I put delete star, or sorry, I forgot to put a where clause in my delete statement. Jesus Christ. So it was just delete star from, and then that had the table. And the fucking table. So it just started deleting everything from the fucking table. And I was like, I don't know. I meant to do where? How do I stop this? How do I stop this? How do I stop this? Dude, I was like 16 or 17 or something. I had no idea. Oh yeah. So after that, every time, and then I evolved. I got to sequel. Backups are what those? Yeah. Somebody way smarter than me did something at the time. I don't know what it was. Again, I was like 16. It was the first time it wasn't like the first day. It had to have been like 6 months to a year after I was working on it. I just like, for some reason, executed the command before I don't know what the fuck. Because it was like a hotkey. I think it was like F5. Or I don't remember what it was in Foxborough. It was so long ago. What, I'm 39 now. It was like, yeah, it was, I don't know, forever ago. I know someone way smarter than me fixed it. But yeah, I mean, it's so much easier now in AWS. But regardless, then once I evolved to SQL, because I still did the same thing where I was just doing like the delete from blah, 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 blah. But what I learned was the best thing you could do was do a select statement to get the information first, and then just change the select to delete. So then I knew exactly what I was doing. That was one of the easiest things. But then there was other problems with that, because when you're doing like nested queries and shit like that, it can get relatively complicated. So I just never put in like delete from. I never did any of that. I just did like the where statement. I did everything that I needed to do, and then I put the delete from just in case I randomly like ran it or like tried to do something. It would be like syntax error. And I'd be like, oh yeah, I didn't do the delete from. So it would just like, I would always know. I would never put the words delete until at the very, 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 very end of the very, very, very end. Like once I was done with everything, that's when I would add that in. But yeah, I mean, one of the best things you can do at a company is, if they won't give you a raise for extra things that you do, like if they're quote unquote stingy like that, you can ask for additional time off, because sometimes they'll just do that. Be like, all right, well, can I get, like one extra day off? Or can I get like, one Friday off, or like every other Friday off, or every 3 Fridays off for doing this. And so it's like kind of like a raise, but since you're on salary, you're doing that. You're just not working those days. But since you're already doing so much extra, they just give you the day off essentially. But it doesn't like quote unquote count as a day off. You just don't show up for that day. Because a lot of times getting paid the same and then having a day off is better than getting a raise. Sometimes. That depends on your situation, like your living situation, a family situation. Because like if you just had a newborn and you're making like 150 grand a year, and like maybe your wife is making money on the side, or whatever is going on, your household is perfectly fine, you're good, you can afford everything and whatever, all that shit. Having one extra day off that you can spend with your newborn is like way better than a fucking raise. Is way better than a fucking raise. once there's no growth within a company, most people just find another job eventually. Yeah, when I was working at Intel, what people would do is they would work at Intel for 2 years because that was kind of like the base thing that people just did. They would work at Intel for 2 years, and then they would go work for Google for 2 years because they're just relatively close in proximity. So they would get a job at Google for 2 years, make more money because they worked at Intel. So they would go to Google and say, hey, I made this much money at Intel. Are you going to give me more money? And they'll give them more money. And then they'll work at Google for 2 years. And then they'll come back to Intel for 2 years and make even more money because like Intel wasn't giving good raises at the time. They were giving like no raises basically. They ended up combining the SoCal and the Chandler office. So yeah, and then they have a policy that I actually kind of agree with, I think, which prevents that kind of behavior. It's like a last in, first out. So if you're most recently hired, you'd be the first one to be laid off type of thing. So they show loyalty to the people that have shown loyalty to the company. So even if there's like a really, 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 really smart person, if they just started, they're like, hey, we appreciate it, but we have to lay you off because we have to do layoffs. We want you here. Sometimes they'll try to put them in a different department to save their job, if they can. But yeah, a lot of times they don't do that. Job hopping is the fast way to grow your salary. Yeah, job hopping is also a really easy way to find out what you want to do and what you don't want to do. They're like, yeah, I don't want to do this. Or like, yeah, this is fine. Or yeah, this is cool. I remember when I don't know if it was it on Christmas Day? I don't remember if it was on Christmas Day. It might have been Christmas Day. Was it Christmas Day? I don't think it was Christmas Day. I'd have to message him again. But I was working at Cinnabon, and I was rolling them up at the time before putting them in the proofer. And my friend came by, and he was just like, yo, you should just like quit. And I was like, all right. And so I just like took off my apron and I just like quit. I just like walked away. And I want to say it was on Christmas Day. But yeah, my friend basically just convinced me to quit. And then I worked for a different fast food place after that. He got me a job after that. I don't know if he like felt bad, so he got me a job. But yeah. And then he got me a job at a different place too after that, which was kind of cool. So, but he's also like one of my best friends. So it didn't really bother me too much. But yeah, I made more money at both places that he got me a job at. So just job hopping is definitely a fast way to grow your salary. But you do have to show somewhat of loyalty, because if you're just going from job to job to job, it is kind of a red flag. Because if they see a pattern of you like going to a company for a year and then going to a different company for a year and then going to a different company for a year and stuff like that, people are going to be like, ooh, okay, you might like, we actually want people that are dedicated to our company. Like we actually want people to work here. But yeah, after I worked for Intel, that's when after my fallout with Microsoft was when I pretty much decided to work with smaller companies. Essentially companies under 100 employees. Probably companies under 50 employees. Yeah, I think it's like customers under 50 employees. But yeah, but if it's like different jobs, then job hopping isn't bad. So if you go from like being a waitress and then you finished your degree in college and then wanted to get a job or an internship as like a structural engineer, for instance, that's like perfectly understandable. You know, you're like, okay, yeah, well, you have to have at least a master's for it. So small companies have their perks and challenges. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I got, like I told I think initially, I was supposed to have people working under me. 1, maybe 2 people initially. And then I told my boss, I was like, hey, I don't need anybody working under me. I was like, I don't need anybody working under me until we get to like 50 people within the company. And I was like, if it gets to the point where I do need assistance before we have 50 people working for the company, then you can just fire me. And like, that's just flat out what I told them. So they didn't hire anybody else on my team. So it's just me. They were just like, all right, we trust you. My boss goes to bat for me, I think. I think my boss goes to bat for me. I don't know if he goes too hard to bat for me, but I respect him a lot. He's the best manager I've ever had, by far. Like, by far. Yeah, and there's a lot I could learn from him, for sure. And it's crazy talking to my CEO, because I can talk to my CEO about business stuff. Like when I'll talk to him about like Sodium City stuff, and he's like excited to talk about it. Like he really likes talking about just stuff like this. Like when I had an editor, like when I was playing Magic the Gathering, when I was big enough to have an editor and had was running a successful YouTube channel and stuff. I was talking to him about things, and I was just getting feedback, getting information, and trying to figure shit out, and just stuff like that. And it was really cool to be able to get an open-ended conversation with him multiple times. And with him not just being like, oh, you're starting a company, you should just like leave. Like, kind of like, oh, we're going to lose you soon because you're starting a company. That type of thing. He didn't have that. He didn't have that mindset. But I also kind of instilled that as well into his mind. I was just like, hey, I don't plan on quitting or anything. I was just like, I'm doing my own thing. This is all side shit. It's not going to interfere with, work. Unless I have overtime that I have to, or not overtime, unless I have like vacation time that I have to use. Like I might use vacation time for things if like a new game comes out or something, but that's just vacation time, so it doesn't matter, right? But I was like, it's not going to affect my work. It's not going to do anything. I'm just doing it. And then, once the company is successful, and you end up either going public or selling it, I'll sell the Phantom shares, get the, fucking millions of dollars from the Phantom shares. And I was like, and then I'll get to just retire and do that. I was like, unless the company still needs me, I was like, and then I'll, still do stuff. But, this is more of a long-term retirement. It's like a hobby for, not really a hobby. It's a job that is like, I'm training for a job for after I retire so that I have something to do for when I retire. So I don't end up being one of those people that it just has nothing to live for. Which is why the amount of like people that make a decent amount of money, I don't remember what it was, but like the suicide rate of, I don't remember the age or the money that it was like broken down into, but there's just like a huge increase in the suicide rate of people who make like, there's like diminishing returns after the, like if you live by yourself, like if you're single and you make over $100,000 and you're not in like a major city, like New York City, like Manhattan, or like San Francisco, like downtown San Francisco or LA, just like if you live in a normal human place, if you make more than like 100K, it's like diminishing returns to where you don't necessarily get a ton more enjoyment out of the extra money that you would get. Like you could, depending on what your life goal is, but yeah. There's diminishing returns there, but there's also a higher suicidality rate, because a lot of people that make, maybe it's more than that. It might be 250. It may be a $250,000. Maybe it's million. Maybe it's millionaires. Like once you hit a millionaire, then the rate of suicide is higher. Why am I just like speculating? I'm just breaking point for higher wait. Income level of suicide. Median household incomes of less than 30 years were more likely than residents of higher income. Damn. You have a household income of 30K? How is that even like possible? That's rough. Like if you have kids and shit, I feel like that would be almost impossible. But at some point in time, you don't have to pay taxes on your income. But I want to say that's if you make under 15,000 question mark. So like Twitch streamers and YouTubers that make under 15 grand, I don't think they have to pay taxes on their income. Or on that particular source of income. I think. Because I remember the year that there was it 1 year? I want to say it was 1 year. There was 1 year that I made like just above. Oh no, that was a combination of Twitch and YouTube though. But there was 1 year that I made like a combination of $10,000. And I mean it all went to my editor, but I mean it was only $10,000. But I didn't have to pay any taxes on that. Income versus suicide rate. A chart. I don't really want world data. All countries. Data not available for 2022, showing close available. What's a Gini coefficient? Gini coefficient measures inequality on a scale from 0 to 1. A higher value indicate a higher inequality. Okay. It's most commonly used measure of inequality. It's typically used as a measure of income inequality, but can be used to measure the inequality of any distribution, such as distribution of wealth, or even life expectancy. It measures inequality from a scale of 0 to 1, where higher values indicate higher inequality. Wait, so is this just like an average? Or is it a mean? Wait, where higher values indicate higher inequality. It can sometimes be shown as a percentage from 0 to 100. Value of 0 indicates perfect equality, where everyone has the same income. The value of 1 indicates perfect inequality, where one person receives all income and everyone else receives nothing. Okay, wait. Where's the... Where's the other value? It does say suicide rate. The coefficient of 0.4. So it's like if you have median income. I would like to see an example of this Gini coefficient. Because like if somebody makes $0 and somebody makes $50 billion, is that the 0 and that other one is the 1? Because that's just that's the inequality coefficient. That's just suicide rate versus income inequality. I don't really care about income inequality. And I also don't know how they're defining income inequality. World Bank, Poverty and Inequality Platform, learn more about this data. No, depending on the country and year, inequality data relates to income measured after taxes and benefits. Or to consumption per capita. Suicide is age standardized. Age standardization is an adjustment that makes it possible to compare populations with different age structures by standardizing them to a common reference population. What? That played like way too fast. Okay, so 0.495, 0.496, 0.497, 0.498, 0.499, and 2000, 0.41. Oh shit, 2001, shit got crazy. Then it went back down. 2002. Does it 2000? Was 2005 the crazy shit? When was the market thing? It was like right around here, right? The big housing bubble was like right around here. .42. Okay. So 2014 is when a lot more people decided to kill themselves. Why in 2014? I can see in 2021 and 2022 because those are like the pandemic times. So everyone was like locked away and isolated by themselves. So they just like went fucking crazy because they had nothing to do. But yeah, it seems like it's middle class. It seems like it's middle class people that are just killing themselves. But I don't know what age. They looped it all in with age. Oh, there's a table. This might help. This for 100K. Sheesh. Did we just jump up like a lot of like our population from 2000 to 2021 went up by like 0.6 million? I would kill myself if I had a kid too. I'm kidding.
Because I look the way that I do, like I stick out, and so I have no room for error, or I have very little room for error. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if I miss a presentation, if I, am I late for a meeting, if I don't send an email on time, like I stick out. So the pressure, the fire is there. Like I have to keep.
Okay, I can see that. I guess I can see that, but yeah, I can see that. I can see how there's more pressure on him to perform, but the fact that I don't perform that way anymore, it's like a moot point.
Grinding, I have to keep pushing, I have to keep showing my worth. And it's just exponentially that harder in a large corporation.
For sure. Ebonics, we live in a growing, changing world.
The problem there is like he's speaking in such vague terminology. He's not giving any advice on how to help these black people in the industry. He's like, oh yeah, if I'm late for a meeting. He's like, yeah, basically don't work on CPT. That's like his only advice, and it's vague. He's just not saying it directly because he's on the marketing team. CPT is color people time because there's a whole meme to where like black people are late all the time. And that's essentially what he said. He's like, yeah, I have to work hard and, there's a lot of pressure of me not being late for meetings and stuff. It's like, so don't operate on CPT. That's like, that's what you're saying. And he's like, you have to show your worth. And it's like, well, yes, so does fucking everybody else. But I do see that he may have less chances. It's definitely possible that he would have less chances to fuck up. Or so if like he fucks up once, if he fucks up once and then gets fired, that would be brutal. But because everybody's gonna fuck up. Everybody's gonna fuck up. But you can talk your way out of a firing. And your manager can also stick up for you to talk your way out of a firing. Kind of like what you were talking about. How you talked HR out of firing somebody. They're like, no, we need this person. Like, you can't fire this person. Like, we need this person. Like that type of thing. And if you're a good enough employee, you do your work, you communicate, you are friendly at the very least with your coworkers. And I guess if you code switch, like fucking literally everybody else in a professional environment, God forbid you be professional in a professional environment. This is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. This is so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. So like I don't I want to have a talk with this guy because I don't think he's saying anything of actual value. But he should. He should have so much more value than what he's saying. What's his name again?
Stuff like that. It on there. It was Asian, no racing. Let's go.
Stories and just being immersed in games, and that's never changed. And here we are with the studio.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. Can we get a round of applause for love for video games in here, y'all? Now, Anthony, I know you got some history for us. What's up with your gaming history here?
Woo, all right, so similar to you, sir.
In here, and I'm actually going to go with Ebonics first. But Ebonics, how did you decide, as someone who created their
Let me know that my mission or level degrees, and that was
hardware technician? Nice. Okay. Now, Anthony, we were chatting a little bit backstage. You work with AMD, and you're a very knowledgeable hardware technician generalist.
Anthony, AMD marketing. Twitter. Blue Sky? No, AMD.
When did you decide that AMD was the right place for you?
That's a great question. The North American Gaming PC channel.
Check us out.
What's going on, everyone? My name is Anthony Van Klein. You can call me ABK.
Anthony Van Klein. Anthony Van Klein, AMD, Twitter. I'm going to put that on a different screen. I found his LinkedIn. Gaming PC channel marketing manager at AMD. Contact info. There's a LinkedIn page. Let's see. I don't know each other. Can I add a note? Where we know each other from? Hey, so here on the DREAMCon 2025 panel. I think you have a lot more information than you talked about. I think your knowledge could be better used in a real conversation. I'd love to have one. Sure. All right, we'll see. It's weird that a marketing person, especially a gaming marketing person, wouldn't have a Twitter. Dude, that's sick. Who is this? What's his name? What's this guy's name? Is it Toto? No. That's Tegan? I haven't fully watched the anime. Yeah. He cuts off that one chick's head. In the upper sixth. Right? That's this guy? I'm pretty sure it is. Where is it? It's the one with Nezuko. Where is it? Where is it? Show me. Truck-kun! Truck-kun is definitely like the definition of Black Forest energy in anime. It doesn't get any worse. Like, this is crazy. Truck-kun is rated E for everyone. Ah!
So then he throws a punch for bro.
No, it's this.
But no, we didn't think he'd get even worse for Daki, right? Well, it did. So while Tanjiro's trying to calm Nezuko down, Daki's trying to get back up and trying to land a hit on her. Tengen comes in and stops the whole attack.
Yeah, that's this guy.
Tanjiro, Daki's like, ooh, Hashira, you came to fight, nigga? And you like,
right?
Shut your Tanjiro, Daki's like, ooh, Hashira, you came to fight, nigga?
Wait, Hashira? But it said Tengen.
While Daki's trying to get back up and trying to land, well, it did. So while Tanjiro's trying to calm Nezuko down, Daki's trying to get back up and trying to land a hit on her. Tengen comes in and stops the whole attack.
He said
while
Tengen.
He's talking to Tanjiro, Daki's like, ooh, Hashira, you came to fight, nigga?
Is Hashira just like a different name for it?
Yeah. And you like, shut your ass up. I ain't got time for your weak ass. So then she starts talking, and then her whole
kind of
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
In just a split of a second, this man stopped her whole attack and straight up decapitated the bitch. So while she's complaining about why she's an upper six, and Tengen like, so why is your literal head in your fucking hands right now, you sorry ass bitch? And then she started crying. Hey, yo, this girl was talking all this like 10 minutes ago, and now she's crying her ass off. Hey, but you know what? Watching this ass whooping taught us all a lesson, though. Never judge a book by its cover.
True.
Because that one quiet nigga in the class could have some hands and some black forces in his backpack. All right, next up on the...
True. I didn't know he was like that. Oh, is he dating her? Wait, is this the same person? Am I racist? Oh, he's a poker player too? Oh shit. If only I was good at poker. Like, I feel like I'm good at poker, but I get bored of it too quickly. I don't know why. Like, I always get ahead early, and then I just start making stupid calls, and I'm just like, all in. Like, all in. And I just, like, do stupid shit, and then I'm like, all right, cool, later. And then I just go do something else. I don't know what it is. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know. Southern gentleman with an MBA. Sigma man. Isn't it Sigma male? I guess man. He's got to have a bigger dick than just a male. He's got to be a man. Foodie? Ooh, I wonder what his favorite food is. If you could pick one singular item from a singular restaurant, I wonder what that would be. Does anyone have it? Does anyone have like a secret? Not a secret, but does anyone have like... Oh, I don't think they're the same person at all. Never mind. I thought this was Ebonics at first. All right, I couldn't be more proud of what you become. I can't wait till you change the world for the better. I love you, man. Oh, that's his fucking daughter. Jesus Christ. Wait, happy birthday to my beautiful better half. Wait. Do they have the same birthday? Or wait, are these different days? Now I'm confused. I don't think it's the same. Okay, no, Cap, this kind of looks like rotten teeth. I'm not gonna lie. Regardless.
So I currently work for AMD.
We look at all the music forms that black people around the world have created. And so like each of the locations you go to will actually have, the music will change based on a music form.
It's weird because like,
if you've seen anything that you've seen,
black people
online, we have our hair. Like right now, our team is made up of 18 people across 5
the
different
most
countries.
influential
so when we talk about being able
people
to bring our culture together, I get to talk to Ghanaians,
on the
Nigerians,
planet.
Koreans, Jamaicans, African Americans, and say, what is it about your culture that you stop you? Because
that's why it's so weird.
Before I started the business, because I
think the growth in technology has helped with the constant growth in creating games. Oh, what do you think the
right? So you're, you know, it doesn't matter how educated you are. It doesn't matter what you look like. You're a number. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and I think recently we've seen that impact on the tech 1,000, 100, 1,000. It doesn't matter. Even game devs, right? Like there's game devs closing doors. But these are husbands. These are wives. These are, you know, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters. That's their livelihood, right? And they, you know, lose their job or whatnot. So in terms of one of the biggest challenges, again, it's like you have to show.
I mean, you have to show a good game. If a game doesn't sell, if you put $10 billion to a game and you make $1 million back, and then you do it again, do you expect 0 layoffs? Or do you expect them to just keep losing like $10 billion every 3 or 4 years while they make games that nobody plays? I don't understand.
Your worth every day. And because I look the way that I do, like I stick out. And so I have no room for error, or I have very little room for error. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if I miss a presentation, if I, you know, am I late for a meeting, if I don't send an email on time, like I stick out. So the pressure, the fire is there. Like I have to keep grinding. I have to keep pushing. I have to keep showing my worth. And it's just, you know, exponentially that harder in a large corporation.
For sure, for sure. Ebonics, we live in a growing, changing world. And
that's what I was going to do. I was going to link. Okay. So if you want to know about...
Welcome, everyone. I'm really excited to put this together.
If you want to know about some business shit, I will link Ethan Evans' channel in chat. He is the retired Amazon vice president. And if you're more into the like content creator kind of side of things, but still very business heavy, Devin Nash is going to be your go-to as well. And I will also link his channel in chat because you'll learn a lot about business. Devin Nash, he was the coach for Team Dignitas in League of Legends. And then he was I don't know if he ended up being the co-owner or if he was the sole owner or majority owner, but he was one of the owners or the CEO of CLG. And he was the one that made the deal to sell it to Madison Square Garden. And now he owns a couple other companies, right? But he's talked with a lot of business people. He's talked with a lot of streamers. He's been around since like 2010. He was the co-host of the Scuffed podcast with Trainwrecks. He like picked out the topics and he did a lot of the like business side and more like the commerce side of things. But he's like really, really smart. He's also really into tea. So if you're a tea person, he'll talk about tea forever if you bring it up. Just to let you know. So, but if you're interested in business, those two people, Ethan Evans does really good work. Obviously being the vice president of Amazon, because he worked there for so long. He has a lot of fucking experience. He invented Twitch Prime. Which reminds me, I haven't chilled in a while. So if you have Twitch Prime available, make sure to use it because you do have to manually use it every month. So don't forget to use your Bezos bucks. Don't forget about that. And don't forget to like the stream if you're watching it on YouTube and subscribe. Those are always nice. And if you're on Kick, make sure to follow.
It doesn't slow down for us just because of our skin. How
We're
do you
all
think
over
the
the
growth of
place.
technology has changed gaming? And what do you think that has helped with the constant growth of, you know what, let me rephrase that. One second. Y'all, this is live. How do you think the growth in technology has helped with the constant growth in creating games?
Oh, you say helps, and then it's like you look at the state of
Wait,
the
Growth
what?
and think that has helped with because of our skin. For sure. Ebonics, we live in a growing, changing world. And as Anthony just said, it doesn't slow down for us just because of our skin. How do you think the growth of technology has changed gaming? And what do you think that has helped with the constant growth of, you know what, let me rephrase that. One second. Y'all, this is live. How do you think the growth in technology has helped with the constant growth in creating games?
Oh, you say helps, and then it's like you look at the state of the industry, and it's like,
No, talk about it, because the truth is, a lot of people look at just the year over year and they see big and big and big. But what's the truth here?
is it getting better? Like, I think realistically, yeah, technology is getting better. So even for me, when it comes down to like making certain hairstyles, making black hair, like, oh yes, that process that that used to take me like 5-6 hours, it's only an hour. So for me, the advancement in technology is better if you have had to struggle to really make, you know, the assets and everything that you need. But I think in terms of, I mean, I'm not anti-AI, but I'm anti-AI taking people's jobs and taking the creativity out of, you know, the love of the craft. Like, you know, it can help with productivity, but when you're taking the craft and the love and the humanity out of art, which is a game, and, you know, games have to come from, especially your lived experiences and who you are, you have to feed yourself into that. And I think AI might have been given to these lot too soon, because it's really a bit of a shaky time in the creative side of things as well for me. It's like, not for me personally, because I'm still that girl. But it is getting better, but I mean, even my good friend AM Dark, she just developed an algorithm as well for black hair and animation. I'm sure you've probably seen it, it's gone viral, like, and that's the kind of technology that you want to see, because it makes making us a lot easier without the excuses of, oh, it's too hard, oh, but okay, you know how to do jiggle physics. Okay, you know how to do jiggle physics, and now there are tools and everything that's going to allow you to make blackness feel more.
Okay. Jiggle physics and hair are wildly different. Wildly different. Like, you have to do like individual strains of hair and stuff. Like, there's so much, and it's not even like jiggle physics are realistic either. You're complaining about dreadlocks not being realistic. And you're saying jiggle physics are realistic? Do you want your hair to look like jiggle physics? What are we talking about right now?
Authentic and realer, and just that representation is going to be there, and you can just load up a game and not have that anxiety.
And also, jiggle physics was made by Japanese people. And Japanese people are racist as fuck.
Oh, okay. Where's the 3 options that, you know, they usually give us at the back of the bus? So it's getting there, but I do think there does need to be a really clear definition as to where
maybe not racist as fuck,
start,
but
how much it feeds into the processes, how much it should help the people creating things.
Every other race in Japan is extremely underrepresented. There are like signs on certain places that say no white people and like no black people and no foreigners and stuff like that. It's like, depending on where you are, there will be that stuff. So it's such a like I haven't done any 3D modeling since 3ds Max. Whenever is that even still around? It is still around. Okay. I wasn't even sure if 3ds Max was still around. That's how long ago it was. I did some 3ds Max stuff when they initially advertised, or when they initially came out with like some I want to say maybe they advertised it as AI, but it was like a way for them to like instantly populate a randomized like parking lot with like different cars. So you didn't have to like manually put cars in the parking lot and go through different cars. Like, it would just put them there. And they would also like back out and leave and then have cars come in and do that. And it did it automatically for you. So you didn't have to actually do that. And it was like awesome. And I messed around with that feature for like maybe a week. And that was like all I did with 3ds Max.
Games, as opposed to it completely being the thing to create the games and feeding us. Because if we're being real, the algorithms and the data sets that AI has been fed and are built upon do not include us. So they shouldn't be used to create things that we are consuming.
Oh, girl. Can we get a round of applause for that knowledge? Because you're right. Very frequently people want to profit off of our voice without representing us inside of their games. Yes, ma'am. Mike, right.
Things that we are consuming. And the data sets that AI has been games as opposed to it completely being the thing to create the games and feeding us. Because if we're being real, the algorithms and the data sets that AI has been fed and are built upon do not include us. So they shouldn't be used to create things that
What? Data sets are pulled. The algorithms are made to pull data sets from everywhere where there's pictures. So, like, Instagram, where the majority of American black people post shit and go live. A lot of it's on Instagram. The video stuff, like the biggest streamer on Twitch, what, Kai Cenat, maybe Asmongold, but Kai Cenat. Well, actually, a lot of the Brazilians, I think, are ahead of them. But I Show Speed is another big one. But there's so much content out there. Like, that's just a flat out lie. I mean, unless every website that has black people on it are restricting all AI access, then yeah, it wouldn't have a data set for your people or your representation. But then that would be the fault of the people that own the website. And it has nothing to do with AI or anything like that. So I don't get it. I don't get it.
That we are consuming.
Oh, girl. Can we get a round of applause for that knowledge?
Okay, what is this round of applause? What is this? What is this? What is it? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? What is this round of applause here?
Because you're right. Very frequently people want to profit off of our voice without representing us inside of their games. Yes, ma'am. Mic drop. I see you.
No,
now,
sorry. There's a game, respectfully, it looks amazing, but there's a game called Spark of the Tenant? Or Tenant of the Spark?
Talk about it. Talk to me. I haven't heard of this.
Love y'all, and everyone's been hyping it up, but let's remember it's an all-white dev team, respectfully. The game is blackity black black, however, the main character is black, but we're still seeing the same stereotypes that we see day in and day out, but just with a new, 2025 razzle dazzle on it. But let's keep it a buck. They cannot tell our stories and then get the same hype and love that you should be really feeding into the black game devs who are creating games with your voice, with your heart, with your mind, with your ancestors in mind. This game is supposed to be, he's tapping into his different ancestors to but sorry, I didn't realize that your Aztec and your Nordic ancestry was feeding into your blackness. I'm so sorry. But yeah, no, sorry, I just had to say it.
No, you
I don't know my ancestors. So I don't know. I could learn about my ancestry from a book and like what they did to Italians and stuff. You think they could make a game that had a Jewish person as a main character and not have any Jewish representation? Or any Jewish employees? You think a Japanese company could make a game with all white people and no, like, white people that only speak Japanese and no white people on the dev team or art team? Huh. Interesting.
Say what's on your heart, girl. You speaking for more than just you right now. You channeling the ancestors, and I appreciate it. Now, let's go back to Anthony over here. Everyone here is usually working behind the scenes. What does it look like not being on the cover, but being on the credits? Ebonics talked about how our voices are utilized but not represented and not given credit. You're in the credits, but you're not on the cover. What's that like?
No, I was like, dude, if you're not in the fucking credits and you're doing work, that's bullshit. Like, he's on marketing. He shouldn't even fucking be on the cover. Why the fuck would a marketing person be on the cover? Why would you even be in the credits? You're selling shit.
You know, I'll say this. I think earlier in my career, working on campaigns, working on product launches, you know.
So then he throws a punch for bro. Ends up stopping it.
But now I'll say this. Like, now that
Giving PC channel marketing manager. PC channel? The fuck? The PC channel? Like the YouTube channel? And about trying not to become a man of success rather than become a man of value. Alright, son. Marketing professional with experience as strategic member of fast-paced e-commerce marketing team. Proven success in global implementation of marketing programs. Driving for results. Highly effective project management and results tracking skills. A versatile team player, able to function as project lead or core team member. Specialties: social media marketing, product launch marketing, survey data analysis, user-generated content management, and e-commerce management. So yeah. 5 months? Jeez. Senior manager in gaming, Lenovo. When did Lenovo have anything to do with gaming? Gaming associate, merchandise manager, it's Alienware, because double Alienware. Oh yeah. I mean, he's he's smart as hell, but I just don't understand some things. Why would he be on the cover? Okay, what? Is there any reason that he would be on the cover? I have fucking no idea. There's no way he should be on the cover.
Kind of OG in the game. I kind of take my own victory lap, right? Like, you know, I didn't necessarily have to like shout the rooftops that like, hey, like I'm with AMD and we did all this, right? Like we don't have to do that, right? Because at the end of the day, seeing y'all's faces, like seeing you guys like use our products, seeing you guys game on our systems, like who in here knew that PS5s run on AMD? Like, yeah, if you have a PS5, you play with AMD. Xboxes, you have Xbox, that's AMD. Yeah, Steam Deck, that's AMD.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. He schooled me on that before
Legion
the show.
Go, that's AMD, right? So like, you don't have to necessarily be in the PC space to use AMD. And you guys are probably using AMD for a minute. But I'm just like, hey, I'm in the back of the cut. I'm like, it's cool, right? But now you guys know, and that's dope. So I'm cool, you know, with not being, you know, the face of the game or whatnot. Like, I just love to see you guys enjoy the products, enjoy what we have to offer, and just watch it grow. So like, I'm chilling.
So Crandon,
yeah, but you also say you're like an expert in this. Okay, this is one thing I don't get, is that you say you're an expert in like social media marketing and stuff, but you have zero social media presence. That's one thing that I'll never understand, is that people say they have like all this expertise in something. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Unless they did it with a company specifically and not themselves at all. That's possible.
Earlier you talked about the difficulties of walking into a room with publishers where they don't look like you, they're not like us, and you have to basically pitch your concept to them. With examples like the Black Samurai and Assassin's Creed, how do you deal with like just the blatant disregard for Black history and Black culture inside of these spaces?
So it's very interesting. So one of the publishers, I'm sitting here and they look at the game, they're like, oh, it looks great. Your story looks amazing. But is there a market for a game like this? And so in me, I'm thinking about it. We're making a sci-fi action RPG. There's probably one or two that comes out every year. So when you ask me, is there a market for a game like this? What's the only...
I like how he completely ignored the Assassin's Creed question because he knows that it was a dumb fucking question.
difference that my game has from any other sci-fi game that came out. Literally the only difference is the fact that it's a universe filled with Black folks. So I
don't understand why she keeps asking the guy that owns a studio and is developing a game about other games. It's like so disrespectful. Why does she not ask him about his own fucking game and his own studio?
That's that coded language that you have to get used to hearing. And then you have to work double time to say, this is why we're interesting. So then I have to point out all the largest streamers in the world and what they look like. Then I got to go ahead and show them videos and pictures of us being at DREAMCON and look at how many people came by the booth. Look at how many people enjoyed to play the game. Then I have to qualify why a game like this should exist, because there has never been a game like this that has existed. So when you talk about supply and demand, why would I want to make a game that everybody else already made already, or would I want to come in a market that ain't nobody else in? So when you're talking about, and the publishers are like, oh, now that makes sense. It makes sense now. There are 670 million gamers.
Okay, there's something called a niche market. You have to advertise to a certain number of people. But the majority of people who play video games are white males. So people are going to target white males. In order to make as much money as they can. It's fine if you want to target a different demographic. It's perfectly fine. You just have to know that there's a lot of people that are going to rather put their VC money into a project or a company that is being marketed towards a larger market because it has a larger chance for success, which is going to get them more money. Because that just makes more sense logically. Instead of putting something in a niche thing. Like it would have to be another passion project, I guess, technically. But you can be your own publisher now. You don't have to go to another publisher. You just go to Steam and you put it on Steam. You don't have to go to another publisher anymore.
The color around the world. But my game is a niche market because it's targeted. Wait, hold on, bro. What have Black folks created that everybody else ain't wanted to get their hands on. Let's talk about all the popular music forms out here.
Okay.
Who created them?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have to create something that people don't want because my culture is what y'all want anyway.
Okay. Okay.
And so when I create a game that allows you to live in a world that is surrounded by my culture, who ain't gonna want to play that?
And a lot of your culture are fighting games. They were majority created by Japanese people. So yeah.
No, I don't have to. So when I have these conversations, I understand that you're not the publisher that my team needs to work with because I got to convince you that this is a game that people want to play. Now, if you come in and tell me that my game is just boring, then that's cool. If you say you don't like my art style, that's cool because it ain't for everybody.
Why are you going to a publisher on your very first game? I'll put it out on Steam, blast it out there, show proof of concept, and be like, hey, see, this is what my first game did. Now you can go to a publisher and actually get it out there with a publisher. But why would you go with the publisher? You're just going to lose money.
But if you're asking me, is there a market for a game like this, then I already know you ain't on the bus. The last time I checked, Black Panther did $1 billion in the box office twice. Yes. So it sounds like Afrofuturism is something that people like.
Talk about it.
But now I'm telling you that you get a game, and you're not sure if people want that? Okay. And now?
Yeah, but wasn't Black Panther just objectively a good movie? I don't know if it necessarily had like sure I'm sure I'm sure some of it had to do with I mean just the representation of black people, so it had that niche market to it. But it wasn't only black people that saw that movie, and like, did it get shitty ratings? Am I crazy? .3 and a 6.6. That's the IMDb ratings. Does Rotten Tomatoes have... Yeah, they do. Okay, wait. No, I don't want to see a fucking trailer. So, wait. Verified ratings. I don't know what verified ratings are. It was like people who verified. How did they verify that they watched it? Either way, it was like. So the second one was shitty, according to like IMDb, and I don't want to say shitty, but it was definitely shittier. Oh wait, no, the first one has a 79, and the second one has a 93. But in IMDb, the first one has a 7.3, and the second one has a 6.6, which is opposite. It's like reversed. It says a solemn goodbye to one of the MCU's most beloved stars. It says goodbye. What, did he die at the end? Like, what the fuck?
I'm going to love it because I made it. So the test is, do we come out and support when we hit it, when it hits the market? And then that's how we make these things change. But hopefully that answers your question.
Oh, it definitely did, brother. I appreciate you. All right, y'all, we're winding down.
Real quick, my fault, chime in real quick.
Please.
So just to give some perspective, like, cause I'm the one here in the the large corporation. First off, dope game. You know what I'm saying? And like, we do need support, right? So like, coming from behind the scenes, like at AMD or any large corporation, again, when I talked about earlier that we're all numbers, like, we're all numbers. So if you want to see more Afrocentric, games, right, by black devs, then you have to support what is already out there. Because at these big corporations, all they look at is like, well, what's the player base, right? How large is that player base? How often do they play? How many hours do they put in? How much money are they spending? And it's all just an algorithm. They're just like, okay, well, let's put these KPIs up, key performance indicators, and if this is what I'm seeing, then I'm going to support, I'm going to invest in these games, right? So if you want more of this, then we have to play that. Like, we have to. That's the only way that we're going to see more of that.
Well,
Yeah.
Can I just...
But the only reason people are going to play it is if the game is good. If the gameplay sucks, people aren't going to play it. I don't... Like, it's a relatively simple fucking concept. Like, people play Teferi all the time in Magic the Gathering. It's like their favorite fucking planeswalker. I hate that fucking planeswalker. But he's OP most of the time. But I'm like... And then he has like a wife and a kid. And he gotta like go back in time and do all this crazy shit. But it's like people like his stuff. People do the shit. I mean, I just think the whole story of WotC or MTG sucks, but I'm like, he's such a huge main character and people like that character. And they like the cards. Like, if the game is good, it doesn't it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. People don't actually care. I don't know how to, like, there of course there's going to be like some racists out there, but if the game is good enough and all the people are playing it because the game is so good, for the most part, the racists are still going to play it because the game is so good. So it's like, he's talking about how like everyone's a number, and in order to get more Afrocentric games out is to play them. And it's like, okay, do we want more Afrocentric games or do we want more Afrocentric representation in like AAA developer games? And then if we want the latter, what is the percentage? And then do we need a percentage of every single culture in every single race? Or does it depend on the game that's being built at the time? And be like, oh, this one won't require your culture, so we don't need you developing this, so we're firing you for this game. So then everybody is an independent contractor at that point. They're like, oh yeah, we have a really good idea, but it only has Asians in it. So the only people we're going to hire to make this are going to be, or it's going to be based in Thailand. So we're only going to hire Thai people. We're not going to hire anybody else. Because they know the culture better than anybody else, so they're going to make the game better than anybody else. And it's like, okay. But then everybody's an independent contractor. And then everybody is at the behest of whatever idea gets through. Which is kind of what it is already, but you still have people of different nationalities and different origins. Like, the whole concept of, like, black people and white people is really just, like, an American thing. Because when you go to Europe, you don't really say, oh, I'm white, or, oh, I'm black. You say, oh, I'm Irish, or, oh, I'm Scottish, or, oh, I'm German. Oh, I'm French. And it's not, and you can be any color of anything. It's just, it's like what, you're identified from like what nationality you are. It has nothing to do with what color you are. Except in some places. Or events. Because there are definitely some extremely racist people there. Like when you go to football games, and there's black people on the field, and then a bunch of people throw bananas onto the field. Europeans are hella racist. But they don't say like, they just don't say like black people and white people. That's just not what they say. They just see it. Like, you're the nationality. Like, this guy's American. He's not like black to me. He's just American. If he's American, then he's fucking American. Like, he may think he has black culture, but to me, he has American culture. And maybe that's me being selfish or me co-opting his culture or whatever they want to say. But it's, I don't know what else to say about it outside of it just being the culture of America. I mean, maybe I'm completely off base. Maybe I have zero culture. I have zero culture. I am cultureless. I live in the United States. I have zero culture. Or I'm white and I live in the United States and my culture is racism and that's it. That's the only thing that I have? Is that the only thing I can identify as? Like, what the... I just don't understand sometimes. Like, why is there a separation of culture? Why does there have to be segregation of culture? Why can I not partake or enjoy the stuff that you partake in and enjoy? I just don't get it.
I want a massive shout out for South of Midnight, because they have literally taken over everyone's black experience, like that black gothic lore that we're getting in game, which is what you're saying, people are playing the game, which is going to allow for that openness of, oh, okay, yeah, there is a market for black stories suddenly. There has always been, but now seeing games like South of Midnight who are doing really, really well, it is really, really...
Yeah, there always has been. It just has to be a good game. That's it. It just has to be a good game. There was a huge thing where people said that, like, Grand Theft Auto was black culture, and it was like terrible and shit. Even if you were a white person, they said it was still like gang culture and black culture and shit. And there was a huge a fight back on that. It's like I don't know.
Affirming to know, okay, there is space for us and there is space for our games who have our stories to be successful. So yeah, massive shout out to South of Midnight and the Compulsion Games team.
Where can we get it? Where can we get it?
Currently it's on Xbox. So and I've had everyone on my socials like, when is it coming to PlayStation? I'm like, babe, you got to ask them. But it's on Xbox right now, and Xbox PC Game Pass. But yeah, Compulsion Games, they lit and they did their thing with that. So yeah, big shout out to them.
We love a plug of a good game. Okay. Now we're winding down on time. So I do want to ask just one final question, and I actually want to start with you here, Anthony. Actually, I'm sorry, Crandon, and we'll go down the line. But if there was one thing you could tell younger you before you got into the industry, what would you say?
Good question.
I guess I would just tell myself, you're going to love the journey, because when I come to DreamCon and I see so many of us in this space, because I'm in my 40s, and so when you're in this space, in the gaming space, in the anime space, 20 years ago there was no space for this, where I could look out and see thousands of black folks who enjoy this. And so I would tell myself, you're going to love the journey, because you're going to be able to see people that look like you that are going to come by and see the work that you're doing, and they're going to have an emotional reaction when they're able to see themselves done in a way they have not experienced before. And I live for that. And I really do appreciate all y'all that come by, because we get joy and we get love and we get energy from sharing our story and sharing the game with y'all and seeing how y'all are enjoying what we're making.
Anthony, same question.
Man, if I could tell my younger self something, just keep going. Just believe in yourself and keep going, because the fruits of your labor will come. I'm sure my background, my story is very similar to y'all's if you're in my age group. But like my man said here 20, 30 years ago, there was none of this for us. You know what I'm saying? It was like there weren't many conventions, and there definitely weren't any conventions for black people. And if anything, if you like manga, if you like anime, you like video games, you was a nerd, you was a loser. You was everything under the sun but cool.
Yeah, but that was for everybody. That was for everybody. That wasn't just for black people. Yes, you have your lived experience, and it's unique and different than my lived experience. But that was the same for everybody. Literally. The same for everybody.
You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people like me that ended up putting down the controller and picking up a basketball. Not saying there's anything wrong with that, but they picked it up because of societal pressures. You know what I'm saying? In our culture, it's we glorify athletes, we glorify the streets, we glorify things that are masculine, right? But gaming wasn't that. So I tell myself, just keep going. Keep grinding. Don't worry.
Yeah, see, the difference is that you and your, quote-unquote, your culture had something to change and go to, when my culture didn't have anything to go to. Our culture was, okay, I guess we lift weights and beat our wives and become serial killers and racist, because we got gatekept out of every sport at that point. Because you try to go to a court and play basketball 5-on-5, you were the last person picked, even if you were nice. Nice being good. Even if you were good at basketball, you were picked last every time. Nobody wanted the fucking white kid on their team. And you could be fucking raining threes. You could be fucking hooping. You could be running circles around people, and you'd still be last picked, because nobody wanted to be associated with white people if they were in sports. Like, nobody. Because you were also seen as, like, you would be picked on if you were black and you were spending time with white people back then, too. And so even if it was just like, white people had nothing. If you were a nerd, if you were a geek or whatever, the only thing you had were other nerds and other geeks. So if you had no other nerds or no other geeks around you, or if you were an introvert and there were no other geeks and nerds around you that had and you could somehow communicate with them in a way, you were fucked. You had nothing. You had literally nothing. You were just fucked. You became a school shooter. I don't fucking know. But they had stuff. We didn't. But they don't know that because they didn't know our lived experience either.
Worry about what you have to say, and believe me, it's gonna work out.
Ebonics, give us a word, girl.
We also got a lot of shit from our parents for it too.
Enjoy the journey of finding the most authentic version of yourself. And in that, you'll find your tribe who will enjoy loving the most authentic version of you.
It was crazy.
I have had the pleasure of growing the most beautiful, supportive community over the last 10 years. And I would not be in the rooms or places that I'm in now without my community.
Good for you.
I was playing The Sims with Megan Thee Stallion yesterday.
Girl, you better talk. Okay.
And I'm like, if not for the babes who pulled up for me, streams, posts, mods, content, because in me is in them. Ebonics in me now is just being able to see you in the game. That's what Ebonics now means to me.
I didn't even know she played The Sims. I didn't even know The Sims was multiplayer.
So shout out to my community. I love you lot so
Since
much.
when is The Sims multiplayer?
So that I can be the best version of me to show up for you lot in the best way that I can.
I don't know who she's channeling, but better speak, girl. I want to thank all of our panelists today. Crandon, Anthony, and Ebonics. Can we get a round of applause one more time?
I still can't believe The Sims didn't have
on all their
like
socials.
black people
and
in
I
it.
just want to tell everybody at home watching right now on Twitch, keep focused, all right? We got you.
Or
we have
like
even more DreamCon 2025 coming up.
Do they have Asians either? Or like any other race? Is it just white people on The Sims?
We've been playing zombies today. Is the new game of Grief? It was elite.
Grief is so much fun. Yo, that ammo drain took everything.
It's draining ammo like instantly.
Cheers, everybody.
Earlier this year, as we prepared for the reveal of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, we set out to expand our stake in broader culture and shine a spotlight on the best of the COD community.
Acid wash finished and distressed collar and sleeves. And the quality is amazing. Now, if you're asking yourself, where do I get this limited edition tee? Blurred will be located at booth V31.
Guy just flat out smacked that Pikachu's ass. What is happening here? What am I watching? AMD commercial with Gone on it. Fucking Hunter x Hunter. This is why we game. Was it like one frame or something? Oh, that was the opening party. They're showing it again. Gomcom. Burbs! We have definitely not cheers to now. Oh, Jesus. This is the longest BRB I've ever seen.
Hi, baby.
Oh, is this the Cuddle Cup? Whatever the fuck that is? This looks like a really bad mobile game. Sorry. Like, ooh. Okay, more burbs. Got it. Okay, that was that one. Marvel Rivals. Wait, what the fuck is the Cuddle Cup? I still want to know what this is. Jesus.
I know we have a star-studded cast, but like talk me through who we are about to see on this stage today.
That's a lot.
Okay.
A battle. DreamCon 2025.
Yeah, that
and
was
we
like
are here
an hour and a
inside
half
of the George
long.
R. Convention Center, bringing you a battle of epic proportions. That's right, we have Marvel Rivals. I am one of your two commentators for this segment, the Purple Sharpie, but you can call me Sharpie, and I'm joined today by my co-commentator, Zipmaster Flex. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm ready to watch the star-studded lineup really put on for the people here at DreamCon. I'm so excited for this Marvel
I
Rivals.
am too. Why don't you go ahead and tell the people what they can expect today?
Okay, so the format is plain and simple, right?
Change anything.
Okay. I don't care about Rivals. Tournament finals. This is Marvel Rivals and then Cuddle Cup. Is that the name of the, like, the trophy? Is the Cuddle Cup? That's kind of adorable. I don't know if it is.
The blood bomb!
Oh. Don't take it easy on him, bro.
Do not, bro. Now it's time to let it go. It's time to let it loose. They were wall rising two there from Rhythm. Getting the tornado. Going to the wall again.
Already looking. See, I know what it is.
He's like, oh yeah.
He's like, you gonna let me have to go out with only the one game? Only the one game? I know it. Get some of the best players in the States versus some of the best influencers in the world. It's so sick. So
man,
sick.
it's so cool to have this kind of little
Exhibition matches.
Right now.
Burger time.
Where do I get this limited edition?
Just trying to see if there's anything interesting. Sorry. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 show match. This is DreamCon 2. These are all IRL ones? So I don't know. Like last year they had like game shows with the RDC people. They had like fun shit.
Starting with Miss Angela. Y'all give her a round. Right, so this, and speaking of noise.
Jesus, loud Batman. Holy fuck
so
me
we
in the
have
dick.
so much excitement and we're just going to keep up the vibes. And speaking of vibes, I have an amazing panel up next. This panel is not just a vibe. We are talking about being dope in the online space while doing business. And I know who's here in this crowd is a creator. So this panel is just for you. You're going to learn some amazing tips, some background stories so that you can take this back with you and learn how to grow your platform. And so I'm going to pass it on to these lovely ladies, starting with Miss Angela. Y'all give her a round of applause.
Right, hey, good morning, y'all. Good afternoon, right? We in the afternoon.
And also,
we have Miss Naya Beck.
Hi, everyone.
And we have the Game Queen.
Hello, how you doing?
Hey. And so real quick, we're going to dive into your why and all this time. And I know y'all have seen me around and about. Just real quick, how many of y'all know about the origin of gaming, period, with Jerry Lawson, right? Do y'all know about how it all started? Okay, so not to date myself, but my dad worked with Jerry Lawson at Fairchild Semiconductor. So Jerry Lawson invented the cartridges that the games were built out of for Atari and all that. So when you talk about we were there. My dad was one of few black engineers that helped create that system. So y'all know where you come from, right? So you know where you can go, right? So we've been in this space. We ain't new to this. We true to this, okay? Period. And it. All right, so then I'm going to go with Naya, emerging leader in gaming and esports. She founded Black Gaming Society, earning national acclaim for advancing inclusivity, pursuing an MA in sports management at Cal State University Long Beach. Who's from Cali up in here? Long Beach in there? All right, now.
Oh. What the fuck? What am I watching?
No other than Miss Kelly, a.k.a. the Game Queen. She's a versatile variety streamer with over 5 years of experience specializing in action-adventure RPGs, fighting, and FPS titles. She's known for her competitive edge and has won numerous online tournaments and collaborated with well-known streamers like Patrick Cloud, TMZ, Cleo Thomas, he's in here and about. He's moderating panels. He's doing his thing with the 4 controllers. And then we have Brandy Brody from Nickelodeon. So when I talk to y'all and we talk about how to be dope online, I want to first understand your why. Like, why are you in this space? And I'm going to kick it off with you, Naya. What is your why?
Sure. So with the Black Gaming Society, that's my startup, our mission is to empower Black gamers, and that comes from really being myself in my room, playing video games, loving anime my whole entire life. It's like a blessing to be in a space like DREAMCON because here I can just be fully 100% myself, which is a diehard nerd, undeniably. And
I hate to say that I don't care, but I
at 3:30
also don't care.
On stage, but of course.
Oh, what is he saying?
These ladies, one more time, a round of applause.
Black Gaming Society, Empower Black Gamers. And I post on there. We have a Discord. And if you want to see me compete, I stream my life as a collegiate esports athlete. And you can follow my Twitch at Bingy-san. But if you go to NIB, all that stuff will be in my bio. So, yeah.
Thanks, y'all. Thank you. Hey. All right, let's give it a round of applause. Woo-hoo! Yes. All right. You know,
Dude, that would have been hilarious if they had.
A lot of heart
wait,
and a lot
I don't
of bravery
think.
To be in front of
I was like, that would have been fucking hard if they invited Nadia.
Your business and your ideas.
That sure would have been so funny.
It takes a lot to do that. Not everybody has the courage to do that. If we could please give
Cheers.
these ladies one more time a round of applause. And yourselves, if you're putting yourself out there and you're sharing what you do with the world, give yourselves applause as well. Awesome. So, we are slowly wrapping up for today at DREAMCON.
Yes, as we kind of like said, we still have the DBZ tournament. The finals will take place at 3:30.
Oh, Dragon Ball Fighters Z.
But of course, I'm sure some of you are waiting here because you're waiting for the loot box again, which we do have another loot box. This will be the final loot box of the weekend. Loot box 4 has officially dropped. Once again, as the last round, there will be 4 parts to a question. Find the 4 beacons. They will give you the 4 parts. Get the question.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That's one. Ask.
Right.
Soul Eater. Soul Eater. Anyone else in the?
Oh no! Is it still in this area?
Wait.
What you got? Thank you.
All right.
Decorum. Don't put your feet on my chairs, please. Thank you.
Don't put your feet on my chairs.
I told you.
Right?
Decorum. Anybody else find a football? They're searching. I promise you they're out there though.
A football?
How many? You only need to find one. Or I know. It's an option. What you got?
Find them before Jacob finds them. If he gets, I don't know. Girl, somebody.
What's your name? Soul Eater. Soul Eater. This your first time? We get a round of applause. Yeah. What did you find? Where'd you find it? What's your name? Ariana. Ariana, is this your first time here at DREAMCON? Yeah.
First time. Shit.
Are you? What is your favorite anime? Can I ask? Soul Eater. Soul Eater. Anyone else in the crowd like Soul Eater? Let me get that person right there in the bucket hat. Come on up.
What?
We got a prize for you, Ariana. Don't worry. Come on up here, baby. I like your Black Lagoon hat. That's cute. What's your name?
Kelly. Ellie? Sorry, Kelly. Kelly.
Nice to meet you, Callie. Is this your first time at DreamCon too?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. So it's your first time,
Okay,
and it's your first time. All right. So we got a prize for you, Ari.
Something
but
at home.
I'm gonna do something special for you, Kelly. All right. Now she's
way
winning a
too
prize,
expensive.
but I'm gonna give one of y'all $50
Hell no.
right now. But you guys have to do something for me. You guys got to play rock paper scissors. It's the best 2 out of 3. Whoever wins is going.
Okay.
Oh, you guys are different? You want? Okay, let me try this again. I'm gonna give you guys one more chance. You ready? Don't make me repeat myself again after this. I'm old as fuck. I ain't got time for this.
Anybody got time for that?
I'm a petty girl. Don't try me. Call your mama.
Does your lace front got time for that? Talking to the
I'm
microphone.
the Purple Sharpie. I'm gonna be hosting the segment. I'm so excited to host some more giveaways and some more. Show in about 20 minutes. I hope you guys stay tuned and stay hyped. We have giveaways during
it's
the ad
just
break, so
giveaways.
stay here. If you have friends, you best let them know.
Side of the bracket.
And this is Dragon Ball Fighters.
I'll get mine too.
Yeah. Okay. Was there really? Was there? There had to have been something, right?
Yeah.
Noise, welcome him in. One time, welcome in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Reed, you've had an incredible run, man.
I wonder how much aura I have. Is that what y'all kids be saying?
Oh, they're all backstage.
Nigga, no, nigga. Is that not what they're like? Okay, so anyway, show me what we got. We got the whole hallway. It's black guys.
Thank you.
Shit, I want some signings. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy how they were able to put this on. Like, these are just fucking YouTubers. And they have their own convention that they put on every year. It's just a group. It's just a group of fucking YouTubers, man. It's just a fucking group of YouTubers. That's crazy, man. How they're able to do that. That's fucking... Where's the basketball?
Show people, but also just having fun. You know, when you have fun, when you playing.
Sailor Moon was, I was there.
Come out and, you know, in the same timing as the...
I said I would create space for it. I'm a woman of my word. But now that we have taken care of the panel to see Deborah, there she go. Great.
Muted. Muted.
Love you too.
I said before I started this, where's Deborah? There she go.
Hi, Deborah.
Deborah and Joyce. Is Joyce next to you?
That's
They
me.
had me at breakfast this morning.
Hi,
and said
Deborah.
They wanted to come to this panel to see you, to tell you that they love you. And I said I would create. I said I would create space for it. I'm a woman of my word. But now that we have taken care of the formalities,
yes,
let's get to talking about some gaming. Let's talk about some anime. Let's talk about some folklore.
Yeah.
Has anyone here played South of Midnight yet?
She in full cosplay.
Oh,
She's in full
oh no.
cosplay.
Okay. We got Hazel in the house. We got Hazel in the house.
Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it.
Listen.
Love it.
This is why I love this. There's nothing like DreamCon.
Nothing like it.
So, tell me about your involvement with
South of Midnight. I love seeing Hazel in the room. That's amazing. So I had the
Hey.
pleasure and opportunity. I was the narrative producer on South of Midnight. Had a chance to work with the awesome team at Compulsion. And so it was just this to see this game actually out there is a dream come true.
Okay.
I was with you with DBZ and then I fell off, man. I'm sorry, but for me that was it. That was the one for me. Like DBZ. I mean, it feels I don't know. It feels almost cliche because it feels like that's where a lot of people I know. That's where we.
Hazel experience. Those are like she doesn't have to be
I was like-
every black woman, but every black woman can relate in some way, shape, and that's across the.
I'll be around for anime talk. I think I did all my. I think I'm over.
Me and my family to watch Dragon Ball Z, Gundam Wing, Sailor Moon, Yu Yu Hakusho. So, Baroni Kenshin is up.
He said Yu Hakusho. Oh no.
Tenchi Muyo. A lot of people forget about Tenchi Muyo. Those were my go-tos growing up as a kid, man. And then I'll never forget the first time I discovered Case Closed, aka Detective Conan. That is my top 5 favorite anime of all time. To this day, I will continue to watch it. I know that there's a city in Japan dedicated to the creator of Detective Conan, so I can't wait to go there and check out that one day. But yeah, those are my anime.
What the fuck?
What about you, James?
Dude, that's way more impressive than my origin story.
Where were you at with it?
I was with you with DBZ, and then I fell off, man. I'm sorry, but for me, that was it. That was the one for me. Like DBZ, I mean, it feels, I don't know, it feels almost cliche because it feels like the story. A lot of people I know, that's where we started. But for me, that was the thing I needed to see. Those were stories that I feel like I could relate to. Those were the things that I really rocked with. So that's where I started. That was my origin story.
Did you relate to Frieza calling you a monkey? What the fuck? Frieza calling everybody a monkey. This show is crazy. That's so funny though. I mean, there are Saiyans that had tails, they turned into monkeys. So I mean, it makes sense, but it's just it's funny because everyone memes about it. Everyone memes about Frieza being a racist, it's just funny. It's a meme though. It's not like people aren't actually saying that. It's just definitely a meme. And it's funny.
Okay.
Love it.
Inuyasha. Listen, Inuyasha and Sailor Moon I was there.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Brotherhood.
I love that.
Listen, for certain things, there's only one answer.
Yeah.
For Final Fantasy, there's only one answer.
7.
You damn right.
Tactics.
7.
If you disagree, argue with
What is wrong with you?
the wall. That's it.
What I love also about our generation of anime, it's like, it's so accessible now, and I love that. I love the fact that we can just overload on anime. But growing up with the tsunami, if we wasn't there after school, we missed out on what happened next. Find out the next episode of Dragon Ball Z, nope, you missed it. You missed it, so you got to hear about it on the schoolyard.
Yeah, dude, it was so hard to find anime back in the day. You had to buy it. That was the only way. And you had to find it, and they had like the Yu Yu Hakusho one, and they were always Chinese ones, and like for the Yu Yu Hakusho one, they had Hiei and Kurama's names mixed up. So they'd be like Hiei, and it would say Kurama in the English sub.
Cell did what? I missed all of that. Oh man, but yeah, that's what raised our generation of young anime fans, and it's beautiful to be here years later and see all the cosplays. And I'm like, Vegeta would have never looked this good if I would have tried this as a kid. Boma would have never looked like this, and I love how Boma looks now.
You know what I did today?
What'd you do?
I went and got a tattoo.
Whoa,
I got the first tattoo at DreamCon.
It's Mew.
It is Mew.
Can we zoom in on that by any chance? Can you zoom in? Like, she got Mew tattooed right there. It went a little hard. That's a fresh tattoo.
I've always thought Mew was an unbothered black cat. You ever see Mew?
Mew floats.
I'll burn all this down. And Mewtwo was like the angry cousins.
Did you say you got it at DreamCon and it's not wrapped? What are you doing? Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I can almost guarantee you that the tattoo artist didn't set the needles right. And they put it too far down and it went into scar tissue, and it's going to be a raised tattoo. It's going to be scarred more than an actual tattoo. I can almost guarantee it. Either that or she's just fucking stupid and it didn't wrap it. Or the tattoo artist is stupid and didn't tell her to wrap it. Or she is stupid and asked the tattoo artist how to fucking take care of her goddamn tattoo. But holy shit. And the tattoo artist gave her a life ruiner. That's her first tattoo. And the tattoo artist gave her a life ruiner. They call it a life ruiner because it's one of those tattoos that you like can't hide. It's like it's always going to be on display. You have to cover it up with makeup because you can't really even wear a turtleneck that covers that shit. So if you're doing an interview or anything, it's like it's always going to be showing. And kind of like what we were talking about earlier, it's Like, if she doesn't have a job anymore and she needs to find another job, people don't hire people because of visible tattoos, especially if she's on panels. If she wants to be on panels and she wants to be professionally speaking, there's a 100% chance that she will, not a 100, but it's 100% justified that people don't hire her because of a visible tattoo. And give it like 20 years, wait for all the old, like, venture capitalist people to die, and it'll finally be completely acceptable. It's almost acceptable, but right now it's just like 80% acceptable. You know? We need to wait for the oldest VC people to die, and they're all like 80-ish. So who knows?
From the Bronx.
They zoomed in. Can you turn to the side? Can we go to one more screenshot of it? Bow, there it is.
That's awesome.
That's pretty sick.
I saw them.
The tail's in the form of a heart.
Setting up tattoos. I said, you're doing tattoos? He said, yes, I'm going to be first.
Nice.
He said, I'm going to be first. I'm not going to be last. I'm going to be first. So that's what I did. That's how I started. But it was my...
I'm not going to say anything.
Really, I try every day to embody that, just to be chill, because I know that if left alone, I could just destroy everything. So, but let's talk about escapism. I think that for a lot of us, we use anime, we use video games, we use
Not going to
music
say anything.
as a way to
Not
escape
gonna say
whatever is
anything.
happening, or to transform
I'm
the
saying
thought of what we're
nothing.
feeling into something positive we can do with
I
it.
say nothing.
How do
I'm
you
saying
see
nothing.
now? What is missing for us to be able to tell stories that resonate with what's happening right now and pave way for the future? And if anybody in the audience got a good idea, let me know.
Okay. Good.
Empathy?
I'm live.
Is that a country? What is that?
That's it.
There's a microphone up here, so if you want to know, for us to be able to, from what we're feeling, into something positive we can do with it, we use music as a way to escape whatever is happening, or to transform the thought from what we're feeling into something positive we can do with it. How do you see now?
Wait, what?
Nice. He said, I'm going to be first. I'm not going to be last. I'm going to be first. So that's what I did. That's how I started. But it was my love of Mew, really. I try every day to embody that, just to be chill, because I know that if left alone, I could just destroy everything.
Is this is she wearing a fucking, god damn it, who just hit the game winner? He has really ugly yellow shoes. Halliburton. I can't believe everyone's still focused on SGA. Even though fucking Halliburton hit another buzzer beater. I thought they were yellow for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, it's like these. She does. Oh, God. She's rooting for the Pacers. We got a Pacers fan. Why do you have to have the worst fucking ugliest shoes ever? Come on. No.
So,
Powerful black woman.
But let's talk about escapism. I think that for a lot of us, we use anime, we use video games, we use music.
I get it,
as
though.
a way to escape whatever
I
is
get it,
happening,
though.
or to transform the thought from what we're feeling into something positive we can do with it. How do you see
God, it's so quiet.
what is missing for us to be able to tell stories that resonate with what's happening right now and pave way for the future? And if anybody in the audience got a good idea, let me know. Empathy? Is that a country? What is that?
That's it.
There's a microphone up here, so if you wanna come talk to us, please.
And while y'all think on it and come up with some brilliant answers to this question, I would say, I mean, I think as far as it being escapism, I wonder, because like, part of me is like, maybe it's not.
And we could decide, you know what I'm saying, we wake up one day, we want to make this type of music, we want to make that type of music, and no limits, you know, yeah.
That's perfect for the next question. Earth Gang is often labeled as genre bending or psychedelic rap. How do you define your sound?
That's it.
Anybody in a microphone up here, so if you wanna come talk to us, please.
And while y'all think on it and come up with some brilliant answers to this question, I would say, I mean, I think as far as it being escapism, I wonder, because like, part of me is like, maybe it's not.
And we could decide, you know what I'm saying, we wake up one day, we want to make this type of music, we want to make that type of music, and no limits, you know, yeah.
That's perfect for the next question. Earth Gang is often labeled as genre bending or psychedelic rap. How do you define your sound?
I mean, yeah, we're gonna always go back to just like complete like free expression. Like you just, as long, I think the main goal that we try to deliver is just, you know, we had a good time making what we making. It's not like we clocking in and like, or we like, you know what I'm saying? People like, treat music like they either clocking in or they hitting a lick. We ain't doing either one. We just having a good time. So I guess there's kind of a lick in that, but like we literally love, and like we're audiophiles, you know what I'm saying? We love sounds, so we just like making music.
What were some of the, oh no, you go.
Oh, I was gonna say the same thing. Having fun, pouring love into it. We might want to make sure our music is really dense with the good vibes, the joy that we having, real luxurious, you know, with everything that we love.
And yeah, some psychedelics are involved.
Naturally. Are there any specific artists that influence your sound?
So many, man. Literally like every artist ever, all the time, everyone. But gotta say a few names. Shoot. TLC, D'Angelo, Mint Condition.
Bleep Bloop.
Dungeon Family.
Master P.
T.I.
D4L.
Missy Elliott.
It's a bunch of them, man.
Who's this?
Answers to this question, I would say, I mean, as far as it being escapism, I wonder.
That's perfect for the next question. Earth Gang is often labeled as genre bending or
Earth Gang? Earth Gang. Earth Gang music. Wait, they did stuff with Jid? They did stuff with fucking Jitty? The fuck? And J. Cole? What the hell? God damn. Alright, it's supposed to be like genre bending and psychedelic. So let's get psychedelic.
Lens is too close. Yo, we literally just had it. Hold the fuck up, bro. You ain't hear me talking about, bro. Like, I know you ain't throwing out clipboards and shit. Goddamn.
Electric, 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 electric. Needed some ad libs for the picture line. This doesn't sound gender bending at all. Am I crazy? It's a little funky. Okay. Alright, sounds like a basic Big Gigantic. Yeah. I never picked up the funk. We need more funk to it. It's like the same beat the whole time. It has changed, but barely. Yeah, it sounds like just a bad big gigantic. Like it reminds me of this song. Because it's got that funk to it. But this, has ad-libs in the back. It has a good 808s. It's got a lingering bass. It's got the horn to accentuate the funk. It's got the good breakdown. Starts to build it up a little bit. Just hit that class. Hit that class. I can learn you something. You see? There's like... Use that. Yeah. And then... It was... The fuck? And then you had this. It has like a piano at the beginning, but that's it. And a little bit later, maybe. Other than that, it's like just a bass guitar. It needs a horn or something to go along with this. It needs like a sax. How the fuck did they get Jid and J. Cole on a song? Unless... Damn, they got 2 Chainz too? They got a fucking ton of people. What the hell? Wait, Dreamville is Eminem's label, right? Multiple tracks with Jid, they have to spit. They have to do something, because Jid's nobody...
Psychedelic rap, how do you define your sound?
I mean, yeah, we're gonna always go back to just like complete like free expression. Like I think the main goal that we try to deliver is just we had a good time making what we making.
Psychedelic rap though?
People treat music like either clocking in or they hitting the lick. We ain't doing either one. We just having a good time. So I guess there's kind of a lick.
Psychedelic? I didn't get psychedelic rap from that at all.
We love sounds, so we just like making music.
What were some of the? Oh no, you go.
Oh, I was gonna say the same thing. Having fun, pouring love into it. We might want to make sure our music is really dense with the joy that we having. Real luxurious.
When I would think psychedelic rap, I would think more like bleep bloop. Like, sure, we'll just say K9 Unit. Like, this is what I would consider. This is what I would consider. Fucking. Like, yeah. It gets crazier. It gets way crazier. It's like, what the fuck? It's fucking actually psychedelic. Oh, fuck yeah. See, this is gender bending. And this is also sound changing. It's like, yeah. See, that would be more psychedelic rap. A fucking Ichabod Crane. Forgot about that one. Oh, this song is fucking hard, actually.
I get my click. 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 I get my.
At first, you just think it's kind of like.
I get my click. I get my click.
Normal.
I get my click, click, click. Man, I get my click to rob trains. They'll blow your head off. You'll be Ichabod Crane.
It's like way different. Way different. And this to me is gender bending and like a psychedelic rap. If I were to define a psychedelic rap, and sound experimentation. He is all of that. I called the butt, she on my blood, so I know I'm gonna eat like what's up. I got act. I called the butt, she on my blood, so oh, and on the spot, I'll be like what's up. See, when a rap song can give you bass face, that's when you know it's like a gender bending. Not gender bending, sorry. Genre bending.
You know, with everything that we love.
Yeah, some psychedelics are involved.
Naturally. Are there any specific artists that influenced your sound?
So many, man. Literally like every artist ever, all the time, everyone.
Her shoes are much
let's take
better.
Names. Shoes. TLC, D'Angelo, Mint Condition.
Name some good
TLC?
ones. J. Cole, you said? Nope.
We love Cole.
Outkast?
Yeah, we said organized noise, you know what I'm saying? That's your family, yeah.
The industry often pushes trends over individuality. How do you stay grounded in your authenticity and your originality?
I mean, you just gotta know who you are, man. People try to make it seem like it's much more complicated than that. But at the end of the day, if you know who you are, you're gonna be who you are, and that's gonna make you an individual. And you'd be surprised how many other individuals can see like pieces of themselves in your whole being. You know what I'm saying? That's what gets people to support what you're doing.
And I think two things: constantly working on your craft, whatever it may be, just constantly refining it, getting better, trying things over and over again, just for the process of it, not necessarily to show people, but also just having fun. You know, when you have fun, when you playing, you just being your natural self. You're not trying to be nobody else when you're having fun. So yeah, those two things.
Has there ever been a time in navigating your careers where the music industry wanted you to conform more, and you had to decide, oh, we're not going to do that, we're going to stick true to who we are?
Yeah, I mean, it's in a lot of ways too, right? Because we in an age now where it's more than just your songs. Like sometimes it'll be in like the way you present your content. Sometimes it's in the way you know what I'm saying, market a particular song. Sometimes you make an album full of these kind of songs, and like they won't tell you any of them is wrong, but they'll say this one can sell more. So you know what I'm saying? Any of that, it's like a lot of different ways. There's a lot of like micro ways that it happens, but yeah.
Any regrets? Any times you wish you would have gone with what they said because it would have furthered your career or given you more opportunities, but you stuck to who you are and your originality? Have you always been with that decision?
My only regrets I have is it's the times in life where I didn't trust my gut, because usually it went the way that my gut said, and I didn't trust it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, a lot of times you you try to make decisions based off like logic. A lot of times, I mean, you know, that's a
Yeah, that's a really hard question to ask an artist or anybody really, because it's an unknown. You don't know what will happen. You never know what would have happened. You just have no idea. Like if I never actually got out of pocket with WotC and I never got kicked out of the creator program, would I even still be playing Magic? Would I still have, all those viewers? Would I still be doing all that shit? I have no idea. But it's like anything could be a thing. I have no idea. Anything could happen. Yeah, I have no idea. Anything could have happened. So it's hard to say I regret starting the fight, but I also don't regret starting the fight at the same time. Because I wasn't getting any promotion from them anyway. I was still getting I don't want to say some assistance, but I was still getting I guess assistance would be I would get rated by the people who didn't play MTGA, which is unfortunate, but I would get rated by bigger people that played MTG, but it would be like MTGO. I would get rated by those people, so I wouldn't really get any follows or anything from it. So, because they don't really watch or like MTGA, because the people who watch MTGO don't really like that. And I'm a much different personality than pretty much everybody. But I probably could sell myself a lot better when it happens. Which I probably should have done. But either way, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I regret it or not. I could or I could not have. It's one of those things that we'll just never know, really. I never really got any benefit from the creator program. I did an interesting card reveal with a video, and I tried to get a video on their actual YouTube channel. They didn't want that. I never got a shout out on their actual page, on their Twitter or anything. I never got anything from them anyway. So not having any ties with them doesn't change anything. Even if I were to go back to Magic Arena, nothing would change outside of the viewership is probably still dropping. Well, actually, let me just check. Magic the Gathering. I don't know why there's two of them. So 90 days. Hours watched down 3.5%, with hours broadcast up 4.1%. So there's less people watching and more people streaming it. That's possible because Crokies has streamed less. No, Crokies has actually streamed more. And he's gotten, well, not really more. But he's gotten a lot of... Oh, wait, hold on. Did I misread that? No, that is hours watched. Yeah. Yeah, he's gotten more hours watched. 189,000 hours watched. So even with his extra almost 200,000 hours watched by himself in the last 90 days, there's still negative 240,000 hours watched. Okay, Ashizzle had 30k more hours watched too. Caleb had 20k more hours watched. Amazonian had less. So something must have happened. Was it Spike? Was Spike off for like a week or something? Yeah. Cause Spike didn't stream for a while. Looks like. Oh, he was streaming the new Elden Ring. So he got a lot less viewers. Jesus. He did that for one day. He did that for one day for 1.6 hours, and that fucked up all of his stats. No, he had to have done it for longer. No. Jesus. He did used to pull in more average viewers, though. I wonder what happened. And Doomwake's up. Newmont's up. Oh no, Doomwake's down a little bit. Hammy's up. Who is down so much? Was there like a big Magic tournament? Oh yeah. There must have been a big Magic tournament. Or an announcement? Was this the like Final Fantasy announcements? Or something? Yeah, these must be the days where there's actually stuff going on. Saturday, Sunday, yeah. So these are the tournaments. And then that's Tuesday. That's a Saturday? What the fuck happened this day? Peaked at 11K. It had to have been like an announcement of sorts. Because I don't think it would have been a tournament finals on a Saturday. That wouldn't make any sense. This would make sense for a tournament. Also, right around 4,000 viewers, Omegable for a tournament. So this is what I'm talking about. It's just like they treated their streamers like shit. And so the streamers don't promote the tournaments. They don't do anything. And the streamers have gone out of their way to say, yeah, we're not going to the cons and the tournaments because it costs more to go to them than it is to stream. So unless like they get paid more by their sponsors to go, then it would be for them to stream. Like they just don't go. 2 hours on a Wednesday. Okay, average viewers. Yeah, Saturday. What happened that day? It's 1,500 to 1,700. So 3 to 5 on a Saturday. That's so weird. This was Tuesday, and that was a couple hours. That was Tuesday. Yeah, 'cause I remember I thought they used to have the weekly streams or whatever on Tuesdays, and then I thought they said they were changing Tuesdays, and then they said they were changing them to Wednesdays. I think. But maybe they didn't. I don't remember. So, if we look at the last 180 days, average views rank went down by 2. That's not bad. If you look at the last 365 days, it's only gone down 8. Peak viewers was ranked 991, but jeez. Or no, it was just 9. Yeah, it was 991st. Jesus. So for the last, fuck me, holy shit. Average channels, 160th. Peak channel rank. Oh, peak channels rank. That's too much. Okay, so max viewers in the last year compared to the year before is down 18.5%. If we could look at the last 180 days, the hours watched is down 6.4% from the previous 180 days. Sorry, hours watched is down 12.7%. We don't really care too much about max viewers. I mean, max viewers is nice, but we care more about hours watched. But also hours broadcast does correlate with that. So if there was 42,000 less hours watched, or yeah, broadcast, you kind of have to subtract it from that. So instead of 4.2 million hours watched, I mean, there was like 4.15 million hours watched. I also don't think Pay Money Wubby streams in the Magic the Gathering channel when he does Magic the Gathering stuff, which would help the channel. But the Magic people are too fucking stupid to even talk with him about it. Or talk to anybody about it. The list of contacts I gave, like, they're so fucking stupid. Viewer ratio is down 6%. Max viewers is down 18.5%. Jesus. Yeah, so for a yearly world tournament, the max viewers that they're bringing in is 28,884. That's how many viewers they're bringing in for a world tournament. And I don't even know if that was the world's tournament. I just know that it encompassed at least the world tournament. Fuck me, dude. And then if we look at like Counter-Strike, like this is way different. Hours watched 93 million compared to 13 million. And all the numbers are going up. Even in the last year, the broadcasters are going down by 14%, and the hours watched is still going up. Hours broadcast are going up, so the amount of broadcasters are down by a shit ton, but the hours broadcast, so the people who are broadcasting are streaming more than the people that are leaving. The max viewers, 1.29 million viewers. God damn. That's a big number. And that's 6th in peak viewers. 6th. 6th. Shadow Kick W. Own a Pixel. Yeah. I'm surprised ESLCS isn't number 1. Because that would have been a big tournament. Or something. Yeah. Okay, whatever. That's weird. Whatever. But yes, TLDR, Magic is still dying. Wait, hold on. if you look at the last 180 days and you look at the most watched, let's see, Crokies. I think he might still play historic, but I think he was doing more standard. Ashizzle, I think she does standard, if I'm not mistaken. Spike plays MTGO only. Caleb plays MTG only. Magic is just the Magic channel. Amazonian only does like draft and brawl. Ham is MTGO. Star City Games, another tournament. Newmont does MTGO and drafting. Doomwake does MTGO. Yellow Hat is MTGO. Young Dingo is MTGO. League of Magic is MTGO. Jim Davis is standard. Manguchi is standard. Just Lola is draft. Ultimate Card Live is pack openings, I believe. Scotty is MTGO. Triosk is Japanese and standard. Will Hall is paper magic replays. Voxy is draft. Misplaced Ginger is MTGO. I don't know this person. Canister is draft. DeForest standard. Isaiah is draft, I believe. Who cares about those people? Delmo is Italian and plays standard, I believe. Darkest Mage. I don't remember what Darkest Mage plays. Jeffers primarily standard. Oli Eldrazi. He kind of bounces around everywhere, but I think he was sticking to standard a little bit more. Lupo streamed Magic for 60 hours? That's actually kind of surprising. I'm very surprised at that. I don't know what he was playing. I would assume draft or standard, though. Jack Torrance. Yeah, Italian. He's also draft. Demonic Tutors, MTGO, Rep Solo, Spanish in draft, I believe. JSPD is Japanese, I believe. Yeah, Japanese. And I believe standard. I don't know who this is. Oh, they're Italian. Nobody cares about that person. Hidology Magic. I don't actually know what she plays. Solaris is German but draft. 3 Omega, I don't know who that is either. But like you see what I'm saying? None of these people play historic except for Oli Eldrazi. He is the only person. Maybe MTG Malone? Maybe? Question mark? I think he's still more standard player. Hammy might play some historic. Fucking Shroud played for a little bit. That's funny. C5 does paper magic a lot, and then does English, or does draft and standard. Yeah, I mean, like, none of these people. Stream time stream time hours in the last 180 days. Who's got the most stream time in hours? GGS Live. Oh, that's right. Okay, hold on. Let's go to 30 days. That'll make it easier. Let's see who's actually streaming. Okay, Will Hall is just on 24/7. GG's Live, I don't know what that is. But it looks like a 24/7 channel. This is like a half of a full-time channel? Data for channel this size may be incomplete. Is it a new channel? No. Wait. How the fuck? Why does it show? Why are... How are they streaming so much? This has to just be replays of their streams and shit. It has to be, yeah. It's just all like 24-hour, 63-hour streams, 24. Yeah. It's just like replays and shit. Salty Ninja, but why? How the fuck is Amazonian streaming that much? 217 hours? $7.2 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's if she did it 7 days a week. If you remove the weekends, well, it's like 22, I guess. $9.8 hours streamed a day. Yeah, streaming like 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. Sheesh. Average viewers, damn. Yeah, she's going down. And last 90 days, done 41 average viewers. It's not. It's almost 10% though. Hours watched down 5%. Hours streamed up 4%. That's not good to see. $78 streams in 90 days. 25 streams in 30 days. Okay, so Jesus Christ. How the fuck? How in the fuck? Watch time. I mean, these people are getting... People who are streaming the most are getting watch time. I guess except for... Like... these people. Holy shit. Average viewers 4 down 60%. I used to have 6. I used to have 6. Hours watched. Streams. Oh, did he stop streaming? No, he only streamed a little bit less. Damn. Streamed more, less hours watched. I mean, that's a small streamer, though. They're small streamers. Fuck. Yeah, they're not getting very much, which is kind of unfortunate. I don't stream that much at all. Compared to these people. I have a job, unfortunately. Damn. Even Ash Hizzle's down. Ash Hizzle's down huge. What the fuck? I have an Ash Hizzle. Jesus Christ. Well, that's 30 days anyway. Whatever. Holy fuck. Alright. It's like 12:40. Okay. Cheers. I didn't like anything today, so I'm gonna eat sleep instead of eat food. And I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and prepare food for after stream tomorrow. So I might end stream a little bit early, but I might start it early. It'll be a little bit of both. So, cheers. Have a good fucked up Friday. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow morning. Later.